Chapter 571. Thunder, Wolf, Demon Emperor's aura howled, stirring up a terrifying thunderstorm. Everyone's expression changed slightly as they looked at the people from the 9 divine temples in disbelief. Why is the demon race so close to the people from the 9 divine temples? A mid-tier demon emperor, after the battle was interrupted by Thunder Wolf's roar. Foam. And Whitey returned in a flash and appeared beside Yun Nuashing. The people from the demon realm also stood up straight and looked at Yun Nuashing and the others with sharp eyes. Even though there was no demon emperor in their group, they were not afraid in the face of dozens of emperor gods. Let's go! Among the people from the demon realm, there was a man who was particularly outstanding. He did not have any characteristics of a demon beast. His eyes were calm, as if the defeat of 2 of his companions did not affect him at all. He did not move from the beginning to the end, and only now did he speak softly. Hearing this person speak, the others could only look at Foam, and Whitey unwillingly, and then followed closely behind. He probably felt that Foam, and Whitey were not ordinary and wanted to rope them in. Fortunately, the 2 of you did not unleash your aura. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy today. Yun Nuashing looked at the people from the demon realm who left and sighed softly. After he finished speaking, Yun Nuashing suddenly felt a pair of eyes staring at him, causing him to be taken aback. He turned around and saw Foam staring at him with her beautiful eyes. She didn't say anything, but her eyes seemed to have said it all. Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. There were so many people watching, but he still stretched out his hand and rubbed Foam's head. He smiled and said, "Well done." The onlookers slowly dispersed when they saw that there was no more conflict between the 2 sides. Some people who admired the people from the 9 divine temples stayed behind. Chi Hao Yu, Chi Yu, Chi Wei, old acquaintances. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. However, those people's eyes were filled with doubt. Clearly, they didn't recognize him and were only suspicious. Other than the old acquaintances, there are also new guests. Look at the one in the middle with a half-dead face, as if everyone owes him a few 100 million. The Golden Princess smiled and transmitted her voice. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing turned her gaze slightly and saw the person in front of Chi Wei and the others. He seemed to have a sour expression on his face. She sent a telepathic message. Could this person be the Prince Chi that Sister Jean mentioned? Smart. The Golden Princess laughed. Chi Wei and the others stared at the people from the 9 divine temples below. They were more or less afraid. Since they did not see the spiritual, godly physique, they could not find fault with them. As for the 12 star palaces, the 3 people who had hunted Yun Nuashing in the ghost forest did not dare to come out. Even if their eternal weapons were broken, they did not dare to show up. At this time, they were secretly observing the situation in a corner of the Ju Yuan mountain villa. I'm afraid the spiritual, godly physique won't dare to come. The Taiyuan Grand Gathering was really grand. Countless people had come to the Ju Yuan mountain villa. All the experts from the god world had gathered here. Later on, Yun Nuashing and the others also saw many people from the demon clan. However, other than the first few people who were called people from the demon clan, those who came later did not seem to be called that. Now, the most discussed thing was whether the spiritual, godly physique would come or not. Then, they talked about the young experts today. The people around Yun Nuashing were all mentioned. I'm afraid they are all blind. They can't even recognize this shiny roof. Yuan, she could not help but laugh and transmit his voice. Yun Nuashing was angry when he received the unanimous approval of the crowd. Later on, the Golden Empress and the others left, saying that they were going to see an old friend. Although they left, there was still Lei Lang and Lixin and the others here. There was no need to worry about any accidents. If there were any accidents, there was still a human bomb. Yuan Shi and the others were very relieved. However, when these young experts, who were known as the strongest young experts, gathered together, there would most likely be some sparks. Seeing Yao Hua rubbing his fists and palms together, Yun Nuashing also rubbed his palms and said, "Which category should I be classified into?" "Lunatic. Monster among lunatics." Yuan Shi and the others saw that he seemed to have the intention to participate and were scared pale. "Bigwa, you should rest well." The group sighed as they walked, but when they saw the silver-blue light gathering in Yun Nuashing's palms, they quickly shut up and broke out in cold sweat. Xiao Xiao. After walking for a while, Yuan Shi's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had seen a supreme treasure. A touch of longing and gentleness surged on his handsome face, causing the others to be stunned. Following his gaze, they saw that in front of them there was a misty mist, surrounded by birds and fragrant flowers. There was a celestial lake emitting a faint light, and ancient bamboos and trees were growing on the shore. And at the quiet lakeside, a group of fairies in white stood quietly. The woman at the front was wearing a white dress that fluttered in the wind, untainted by a speck of dust. She was like a fairy from heaven, untainted by the common populace. "I've seen my lover." Yun Nuashing turned her head and saw Yuan Shi's excited look. She could not help but laugh, and also lifted her feet and walked over. Under the ancient tree by the celestial lake, a few people were quietly watching. The branches of the ancient tree were very clean, as if it had just grown out. There was a faint light flickering on it, and it was at least 1,000 meters tall, stretching towards the sky. It was rooted by the celestial lake, lush and verdant, and its branches and leaves spread out like a giant umbrella holding up the sky. Rustle, rustle! The soft sound of footsteps caused a few people under the tree to move slightly. They gently turned around, only to see a man in white slowly walking over. His handsome face was filled with a warm and peaceful smile, while his eyes were filled with tenderness. The woman in white slowly turned around. Her bright eyes gently focused on the young man in front of her. When she saw the dull smile on the latter's face, she suddenly could not help but smile sweetly. The smile that suddenly bloomed was like a flower of the night, releasing a shocking beauty in an instant, causing the sunlight and the celestial lake to lose their splendor. With light steps, the picturesque girl arrived in front of Yuan Shi. She extended her pure, white, jade-like hand and gently caressed Yuan Shi's dull face. The usually quiet Mei Mao finally had a moving ripple at this moment. "Big brother Yuan Shi." The girl gently parted her red lips. A soft and crisp voice softly sounded, gently caressing Yuan Shi's heart, causing him to involuntarily part his mouth and laugh foolishly. Due to the excitement in his heart, his body actually trembled slightly. However, his face continued to smile foolishly. After so many years, he had once again met the girl that he had yearned for day and night. She seemed to have become even more beautiful, yet she still repeatedly called him Big Brother Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi inhaled a deep breath of air. A long while later, he was finally unable to suppress the emotions in his heart. He took a step forward and extended his arms, after which, under the stunned gazes of the few fairies beside him, he violently hugged the beautiful girl in front of him into his embrace. Yuan Shi's action also caused Yu Xiao to be slightly startled. Her small mouth let out a soft moan. Soon after, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. She gently struggled for a moment, but soon after, she softly sighed and gave up. She could also feel the suppressed emotions in Yuan Shi's heart. This emotion caused a gentle expression to flash across Mei Mao's face. Her jade-like hand hesitated for a moment, before she also gently hugged the big boy's back. When the few fairies from the Yu family saw Yuan Shi embrace Yu Xiao, anger erupted in Mei Mao's heart. Soon after, they seemed to have recognized the identity of the person who had come. For a moment, they did not know whether to move or stop him. They could only hurriedly turn their gazes away. After all, this was Yu Zhao's fiancé. This guy is also very noisy. Hey, don't peek. Turn back. A long separation makes the heart grow fonder. This little bit of time is left for them. In the bamboo forest, when Yun Nuashing saw this scene, he tactfully turned his face away. When he saw that everyone was looking at him, he hurriedly called out in a low voice. Everyone also laughed sinisterly and turned around, not looking at him anymore. After a long while, the few fairies from the Yu family also walked away, leaving the space for Yuan Shi and Yu Shao. They chatted endlessly by the lakeside and gently strolled around the celestial lake. Under the moon and flowers, in the Ju Yuan pavilion, this kind of scene should only exist in the heavens. Why don't we go somewhere else first? After waiting for an hour, Yun Nuashing still did not see Yuan Shi and Yu Shao finish flirting. She looked at the empty lakeside, then looked at the people beside her and asked, "Whatever. I think the two of them are being intimate. It should take some time." Lei Ming grinned. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was suppressed by Ji Ning and the other girls. That seems to make sense. Let's go first. Yun Nuashing also smiled and looked at Yao Hua and the others. Then they all burst into laughter, causing the group of girls to scold them for being hooligans. Hey, 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 you can talk, but can you put away the communication jade slip? Suddenly, Yuan Shi's loud scolding came from nowhere. Everyone turned their eyes and saw that in Yao Hua's hand, that guy was hurriedly putting away the jade slip. Then he laughed dryly, and there was a slight panic in his eyes. Bad taste, pervert, dirty. Boss, it's not that I don't want to help you this time. You're too disgusting. Eavesdropping on the two of them, being intimate. Go, teach him a lesson. The group of people roared and then rushed toward Yao Hua. Yun Nuashing silently sealed the latter's light element, then held Zian and Feng, Er's hand, and walked to the side. When she heard the crying and beating behind her, she couldn't help but laugh. Little brother, you're also a demon. The corner of Lei Lang's eyes twitched. He saw how she sealed Yao Hua's light element just now. Thank you for the compliment. Yun Nuashing laughed. After a while, Yao Hua was lifted up on the verge of death. The word miserable could only be used to describe his beating. Yuan Shi and Yu Shao also came back after taking a stroll. When they came out and saw Yao Hua in such a state, they were shocked. Where's Nuashing? Mei Mao paused for a moment. She didn't see Yun Nuashing in this group of people, but she remembered that Yuan Shi had followed Yun Nuashing to travel, right? When she said this, the young man wearing a black and gold half-mask walking at the front slowly took off his mask. However, he didn't take it off, only revealing his entire face. Then he smiled wickedly at her. What's the matter? Fairy, are you looking for me for something? After that, he put his mask back on. There were many people in Jiyuan Mountain Villa, so it was best not to expose himself. Mei Mao blinked when she saw the somewhat familiar face of the color-haired young man. A trace of surprise flashed across her face. She turned to look at Yuan Shi. When she saw him nod, she calmed down. After thinking for a while, she understood. Then she chuckled. I understand. I won't expose myself. She spoke very calmly, but in her heart, she was still very surprised. Yun Nuashing had changed too much. He no longer had much in common with the young man she had met before. Even if he did not speak, she might not be able to recognize him. Yun Nuashing spread his hands. Since she couldn't recognize him, it meant that the possibility of the Qi family discovering him was quite small. It was rare for them to meet again, so they exchanged a few pleasantries. The two of them could be considered close friends. Although this girl had tricked him once, he didn't say anything. She was Yuan Shi's wife, so he wouldn't hold it against her. Nuashing, don't you want to reconsider what I said before? Yu Shao covered her mouth and laughed. Yun Nuashing's face darkened. Yuan Shi and Zian were also a little speechless. Did this girl really want him to marry into her family? He smiled bitterly and waved his hand. The few of them also walked outside. Yuan Shi and Yu Shao separated from the group. They were still talking about what had happened in the past few years. They walked a little further away, so the others didn't eavesdrop. They only saw Yu Xiao looking at Yun Nuashing from time to time with Mei Mao. She seemed to be very interested. A group of people suddenly rushed out of the bamboo forest in the distance. Looking at their posture, a few people were chasing a person in front. Everyone took a few more glances. Yun Nuashing thought of the scene yesterday when a certain girl pulled him to play for the whole day. The slender figure that was being chased seemed to have seen the group of people here. Suddenly, she changed direction and dashed towards them. That person's face was full of panic. A pair of beautiful Mei Mao flashed with a mischievous look. The group of people in black behind her shouted loudly, but they couldn't catch up with the person in front. It seemed to be the same situation yesterday. Yun Nuashing suddenly felt that something was wrong. He turned his head to look at that person. Yuan, she looked at him and also turned his head. Then, the two of them spat out a mouthful of water at the same time. Brother Yin, save me. That mischievous. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuashing with a smile. His face was dumbfounded and he was instantly petrified. Chapter 572. The slender figure who was being chased by a few black-clothed men in the distance was none other than Ji Wenyu, the little girl whom he had met at the Heart Lake in Yun Nuastar yesterday. Last night, he had thought that he would probably only meet her once in his life. Who would have thought that he would meet her today, or still had that mischievous look? Her posture of flying and dodging in the air seemed to be dancing, as if she was a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. As for those black-clothed men behind her, they were still panting from being teased, looking half dead. They were still shouting loudly, "Young miss! Miss! There are too many people in Ju Yuan Mountain Villa. Don't run around. If Master finds out that you ran out, he will kill us." Seeing the same scene, Yun Nuashing silently mourned for the few retainers. Taking care of this little ancestor. It must be very tiring. While he was mourning for 3 seconds, Zian and the others' expressions changed slightly. They turned around but didn't see anyone. Only then did they realize that Brother Yin was calling. Yun Nuashing? Brother Yin. Wow, it stinks. It stinks. Brother Yin, run. Had just jumped in front of Yun Nuashing and was about to hide behind him when her little nose twitched slightly. She seemed to have smelled something extremely disgusting. Her little face suddenly collapsed, and then she started shouting again. Her jade-like hand grabbed Yun Nuashing and ran away again. Yun Nuashing didn't have time to react before he was grabbed by the hand and ran away. He was a little confused. Zian and the others also didn't have time to react. They only saw Yun Nuashing being taken away by a white figure. It wasn't until a few wailing black figures flew past them that they finally reacted. Hey, that's strange. Could it be that little star was really kidnapped and he wasn't the one who kidnapped the little loli? Yuan, she was also a little confused when he saw Yun Nuashing being dragged away. Yesterday, he seemed to have said that he was being found. At that time, he thought it was a joke. What do you mean? A chill came from behind, causing Yuan Shi to shiver. He quickly turned around and suddenly saw a wisp of wine-red and black hair fluttering in the air. When he saw Yi Shi's eyes that were emitting a substantial murderous aura and coldly staring at him, his handsome face broke out in cold sweat. Little Yi, she was angry. Yuan Shi smiled bitterly and quickly told everyone what happened last night. Everyone had a strange expression. How could this guy kidnap a little loli after going out? Let's go take a look first. Zian waved her hand and said softly. She held Yi Shi's hand, and then her delicate body flashed as she chased after Yun Nuashing and the others. When everyone saw this, they quickly followed. The 3 groups of people, 2 chasing and 1 fleeing, unknowingly ran from the rightmost position of Ju Yuan Mountain Villa to the leftmost position. In the middle, they attracted the attention of countless people. In particular, some people recognized Yuan Shi and the others. With the intention of joining in the fun, they quickly chased after them to see what was going on. You little girl, why are you so naughty? The 2 of them had just jumped to the top of a loft when a helpless voice suddenly sounded from the sky. There seemed to be some doting in the voice. Moreover, it was the voice of a middle-aged man and was a little magnetic. However, no matter how pleasant the voice was, Yun Nuashing's expression changed slightly when she heard it. Could this be you, Er's father? She felt a terrifying pressure when heard this voice. Her pretty face paled a little. She screamed and pulled Yun Nuashing to turn and run. On the roof in front of them, a black fog suddenly appeared and dissipated very quickly. A figure appeared out of thin air in front of them. This person was wrapped in a black robe. His face had a pair of calm eyes, but it felt as if he had seen through the vicissitudes of life. He had an oppressive aura. When he suddenly appeared, the space was slightly distorted. The appearance of this person made panic a little. She glanced downstairs and Mei Mao flashed. She pulled Yun Nuashing and was about to jump down. However, before it was her turn to jump down, the figure stretched out a hand from the black robe. It turned into a ball of black fog and suddenly reached out toward and Yishi. The appearance of the big hand was so sudden that Yun Nuashing could not react in time. She was caught in an instant. Was also caught in the hand. She was yelling and screaming, as if she was very unwilling to give up. However, no matter how unwilling she was still caught and brought back to the middle-aged man's side. Yun Nuashing was also caught along with her. Master, young miss, The few men in black hurriedly caught up at this time. When they saw the middle-aged man appear, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. They quickly knelt down and stuttered. Get up. I know this girl's temperament. I don't blame you. It's fine as long as nothing happened. The middle-aged man said indifferently and waved his hand. The black-robed men heaved a sigh of relief as if they had received a death exemption token. They cupped their hands respectfully and disappeared with a sway of their bodies. Yun Nuashing raised her head and looked at the middle-aged man. However, the middle-aged man did not even look at her. Instead, he lowered his head and stared at who also lowered her head. The latter pouted and pouted, making the middle-aged man feel a little helpless. Old Qing, have you found her? Ha! I've long told you not to be too strict with your children. Look, even your daughter doesn't want to talk to you now. After a while, a group of figures suddenly appeared with the black fog. A total of 7 people appeared on the roof of the pavilion. They looked at the middle-aged man in front of them and then looked at the girl in front of him. One of them could not help but laugh. He walked up and looked at who lowered her head and muttered. He smiled and said, How old is your daughter? Is she married yet? She's just 22. Married my ass. The middle-aged man rolled his eyes. Yun Nuashing looked at this group of people. His eyes flickered slightly and he frowned. These auras, many images flashed through his mind. The pleasure boat, the black meteorite, the black fire all over the sky. The auras in there seemed to be similar to the auras he sensed in front of him. People of the demon race. When these 4 words rang in his mind, his heart suddenly thumped. When the black meteorite fell 2 days ago, the uncontrollable demon chi in his soul was slightly surging. Therefore, he was sure that the meteorite was related to the people of the demon race. At this time, the aura that was similar to the meteorite appeared in front of him. Is a member of the demon race? Yun Nuashing was a little frightened. He had many thoughts, but he never thought that this little girl was a member of the demon race. Thinking of this, Yun Nuashing could not help but swallow his saliva. Damn it! The people around here are all demon emperor powerhouses. I'd better run away quickly. Stop. Just as Yun Nuashing took 2 steps forward, the middle-aged man with a slightly magnetic voice suddenly shouted. According to Yun Nuashing's temperament, he should have immediately rushed out of the light element and left at superluminal speed when this voice appeared. However, this time he unexpectedly stopped. His left heel had just left the ground when he stopped, his cheeks twitching for a while. Yun Nuashing stiffly turned around and looked at the middle-aged man. However, the latter did not even look at him. His gaze was fixed on and his palm was rubbing Er's head. Perhaps in his opinion he was not a threat at all? Of course, in his opinion. Senior, you called for me? Yun Nuashing cupped his hands and said, respectfully, You, or secretly turned her head. Her big, mischievous eyes flickered with a pitiful look, as if she wanted him to save her. This made Yun Nuashing smile bitterly. He still had to save himself. This time, he was really screwed over by this little girl. His soul power sneaked into the jade slip in the pendant, and he hurriedly transmitted a message to Xian and the others. Lass, don't rush over. I'm surrounded by the demon race. Play it by ear, play it by ear. When Xian and the others in the distance received this message, their expressions changed slightly. They looked at each other and nodded. Then, they slowly walked towards Yun Nuashing. There were 6 demon emperors beside them, so they should be fine. Are you very close to Yuar? Finally, after leaving Yun Nuashing to dry for 10 minutes, the middle-aged demon race man raised his head. A frightening light flashed across his dark eyes, and he stared at Yun Nuashing indifferently. The 6 paths will between his eyebrows rotated slightly, and the spiritual pressure was blocked by him. Yun Nuashing's expression didn't change. He glanced at Yuar and said, I accidentally bumped into her yesterday. Seeing that Yun Nuashing didn't move at all, a hint of surprise flashed across the middle-aged demon race man's eyes. However, it was very faint, and it was hidden very well. He didn't let Yun Nuashing see it. His indifferent gaze swept over Yun Nuashing for a long time, and finally fixed on his calm eyes. He asked doubtfully, Human? Human? As soon as these 2 words were spoken, the surrounding demon emperors suddenly turned their gazes. A powerful pressure descended from the sky and landed on Yun Nuashing, causing him to stop breathing for a moment. Yun Nuashing's figure paused. The powerful pressure fell on his body as if it wanted to push him down and make him kneel down. He clenched his teeth, and a terrifying power boiled in his body. The divine artifact also involuntarily revolved in his body. However, he did not dare to make it too obvious, as he was afraid that someone would recognize it. But this way his body was slightly bent down. Old bastard, are you mistaken? How can brother Yun be a human? In front of the middle-aged demon emperor, Yu hurriedly turned around. When she saw Yun Nuashing being suppressed by a few terrifying forces, she jumped up in shock and glared fiercely at her father. She felt a very familiar aura from Yun Nuashing. She liked his aura very much. How could he be a human? I am indeed a human. I didn't hide it from you. However, I didn't know that you were a member of the demon race in the beginning. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly when he heard this. His colorful eyes quietly looked at you, or as he spoke in a slightly apologetic manner. You really are a human. When they heard him admit it, the surrounding gazes became even sharper. The pressure almost made Yun Nuashing bend down, but he stubbornly held on. But Brother Yun, your body. There's a slight problem with my body. That's why I have an aura that leans towards the demon race. Seeing the panic on Yuer's face, the mischievousness in Mei Mao's eyes disappeared. Yun Nuashing hurriedly interrupted her and said calmly. However, his fists were clenched tighter and tighter. Human, you deserve to die. One of the Emperor God experts at the side suddenly took a step forward. A terrifying pressure rose from the ground and pressed down on Yun Nuashing, causing his body to suddenly sink and his legs to bend. This is the Ju Yuan Mountain Villa, and blood is not allowed here. You also cannot kill me. I do not know what will happen if you kill me. Yun Nuashing turned around and looked at the demon emperor, who was releasing his pressure, before he coldly said, Are you threatening me? The Emperor God expert from the demon race sneered. He released even more pressure from his body. Ju Yuan Mountain Villa may not see blood, but it's still possible to torture you. Stupid old man. Hurry up and ask them to stop. If you hurt Brother Yin, no one will play with me. I will hate you. You. Er's face was filled with anxiety when she saw Yun Nuashing's difficult expression. She hurriedly tugged on the sleeve of the middle-aged man in front of her and said fiercely. The middle-aged man looked at her in surprise. However, after a while he quietly lifted his gaze and looked at Yun Nuashing. This scene made Yu's delicate body turn cold and her face turn pale. Seeing Yun Nuashing's uncomfortable expression, Mei Mao was a little anxious. She was the one who brought him out. In the end, was she going to kill him? Old bastard, I'm warning you one last time. On account of your cultivation, I've already given you 99% of my respect. Don't force me. Yun Nuashing's eyes were filled with violence when he felt the pressure on his body getting stronger. You want me to bow? You want me to kneel? Impossible. He only bowed to those he respected and those who respected him. However, he did not have anyone who was worthy of him kneeling to. No one. You're quite stubborn. I'd like to see your little... Boom! The Emperor God expert from the demon race sneered. However, before his sneer fell, an extremely terrifying and violent force suddenly shot up to the sky and tore apart the pressure from the group of Emperor Gods. A starlight pillar suddenly shot up to the sky. The vast starlight storm caused everyone in Ju Yuan Mountain Villa to feel it. They quickly lifted their heads and looked at the place where the starlight exploded. The demon emperors were also stunned by this sudden surge of power. Their hearts skipped a beat, and they actually felt a strong sense of danger. Sister, Divine King, save me, murder. When the starlight erupted, a panicked voice instantly spread throughout the Ju Yuan Mountain Villa, like a storm, causing everyone to be stunned. Chapter 573. The mighty pillar of starlight was at least 1,000 feet in size. The starlight shone in the sky, making it look like a real star field. Everyone in Ju Yuan Mountain Villa was shocked. Then they flew in that direction, obviously wanting to join in the fun. This starlight and this panicked cry didn't sound like much to others, but to some people it sounded a bit different. For example, Empress Jean and the others. Therefore, as soon as the shout fell, an extremely violent golden light suddenly shot up into the sky. Following that, there were dozens of similarly violent auras. Colorful lights shone in the entire sky, causing everyone to be shocked. Who lit up this explosive barrel? Why were there so many responses with just one shout? Furthermore, they were all Emperor God experts. Boom! 2 buildings suddenly exploded. Then, streams of flowing light flashed. Almost in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the place where the pillar of starlight disappeared. Empress Jean and the others, as well as Lei Lang and the others, were all there. Dozens of violent Emperor God storms exploded at once, causing the space to crack. The few Emperor God experts of the demon clan were also shocked. They were hit by the dozens of forces, and they retreated a few thousand feet in a sorry state. Who? How dare you touch my little divine child? Do you want to die? Come out. Come out. I'll slap you to death. With a wave of her hand, the Golden Empress took out a long halberd that glittered with golden light. The terrifying energy pressure caused everyone to shudder in fear. She had taken out an eternal weapon all of a sudden. She was going to turn the world upside down. When Empress Jean and the others arrived, the middle-aged man was also shocked. He hurriedly shielded you, or behind him. However, the auras of the dozens of Emperor Gods were too overbearing. They were still sent flying. They flew for several hundred feet before coming to a stop. After they stabilized themselves, the few experts from the demon clan looked at each other in dismay. They even looked at Yun Nuashing with fear in their eyes. Then they cursed silently. They had never thought that they would be able to summon dozens of Emperor God experts from the human clan just because they caught him and wanted to torture him. How powerful was he? What was more terrifying was how did he break free from the bindings just now? Are you okay? Xian supported Yun Nuashing with her jade-like hand. Seeing how he was panting, she asked hurriedly. Jean Jinwang and the others also looked at him nervously. How could this boy meet Emperor God experts so easily? Phew. No, I was scared to death. I must have stepped on something when I went out today. I could see people from the demon clan just by taking 2 steps. Yun Nuashing shook his head with a bitter smile as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Then he smiled and stuck his tongue out at the beautiful woman who was using the wood element to calm him. Demon, clan, people. Empress Jean gritted her teeth and bit these words so hard that the space was about to collapse. The few demon clan experts who saw this shivered. Then they heard her say word by word fiercely, "You're courting death!" Huh, people from the demon clan? How arrogant. You came out just in time for the Taiyuan Grand Meeting and want to establish your power? Do you think my family is a soft persimmon that you can pinch as you wish? The great elder of the Fire God Shrine also sneered and suddenly took a step forward. Then the temperature of the world suddenly increased. However, there was not a single trace of flame in the space, and the temperature rose just like that. The demon clan expert, who had just put the most pressure on Yun Nuashing, took a step forward and said coldly, "This is Ju Yuan Mountain Villa. We were also invited to participate in the Taiyuan Grand Meeting. Do you want to ruin the Taiyuan Grand Meeting?" Hearing this, Yun Nuashing snorted and moved his mouth close to Empress Jin's ear. He whispered something softly. Then the latter sneered and waved the halberd in his hand, creating a golden storm. He sneered and said, "If there's no blood, it's okay to beat him up. Crippling him doesn't mean he's dead. Beating him into a fool seems to be a good choice." There were many onlookers in the surroundings. It could be said that 80% of the participants of the Taiyuan Grand Meeting had gathered here. There were thousands of high-level god experts, which made Yun Nuashing dizzy. How could there be so many experts of this level? Those people originally wanted to watch the show, but when they heard the Golden Queen mention the demon race, their expressions changed. Pairs of murderous eyes suddenly turned towards those experts of the demon race, causing their already weak aura to drop even more. This caused them to smile bitterly. It seemed like they had poked a hornet's nest. Spiritual divine body. Suddenly, a sneer sounded, causing everyone's expressions to change slightly. Yun Nuashing's expression also froze, but he did not panic. He had been forced to call for help. Once he called for help, his identity would be exposed sooner or later with Empress Jean and the others protecting him. After thinking for a while, Yun Nuashing gently picked Yishi up. Their eyes met gently, and then they smiled and touched their foreheads. She also understood what he wanted to do. This was their last resort. Spiritual divine body? It's him? I didn't expect that after not seeing him for a few years, he would become like this. I can't even recognize him. It seems that only the spiritual divine body can make the 9 divine temples protect him like this. I said it was impossible for this kid not to come. Haha. Yun Nuashing's expression was calm. It was impossible to find the first person who said those 4 words. There were so many discussions around. So it's you. Hiding. You unpresentable scoundrel. Suddenly, an extremely harsh sneer sounded, causing Yun Nuashing to frown slightly. He turned his gaze, and, as expected, he saw his old acquaintance, Chi Haoyu, who had been talking about killing him all day. Hide? Why should I hide? Why should I hide? Isn't it because there are too many flies? Who has nothing better to do than to slap a few feces on their body to attract flies? Don't you think it's dirty? You don't think it's dirty, but I do. Yun Nuashing curled his lips and slowly took off the half-mask in his hand. He looked at Chi Haoyu in the sky and smiled evilly. As for you, who are you? I don't remember. Chi Haoyu's expression slowly became gloomy. It had only been a few years, and this guy said he didn't remember. It was obvious that he didn't bother to pay attention to him and didn't bother to remember him. I'm sorry. I'm too lazy to remember some unnecessary names. It's too brain-burning. Yun Nuashing sighed and shook his head. After Chi Haoyu heard this, his face suddenly became frighteningly cold. Was this directly admitting to ignoring him? It made him even angrier than ridiculing him. He was also a divine son of a generation with powerful strength. But he was ignored like this. You're arrogant. Chi Haoyu said angrily. Bah. Yun Nuoxing looked at him with contempt, then suddenly realized and said indifferently, You seem to be the turtle egg who has been shouting to fight with me. Come, I'll fulfill your wish. Ah, Chi Haoyu couldn't help but roar. He really couldn't stand being ignored one after another. He, Chi Haoyu, was about to become a character like a passerby. He was the divine son of the Qi family, the young master of the Qi family. Come, I'll fulfill your wish. Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly and put Yishi down. Then a smear of scarlet runes surged onto his face. Bang! Chi Haoyu was stunned. Suddenly, a terrifying force exploded on his body like a star. The powerful force stuck to his body like maggots, destroying the vitality in his body inch by inch, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His entire body shot out like a meteor and disappeared into the horizon. He didn't even have time to change his expression before he disappeared. This really happened in an instant. It was so fast that everyone didn't have time to react. Even the divine emperors didn't have time to react. That extreme speed exceeded the speed of light by who knew how many times. There was a divine emperor beside Chi Haoyu, but even he didn't have time to react. Yun Nuoxing was still standing in place, holding Yishi in his arms and gently rubbing her head with his palm, as if nothing had happened and he hadn't done it. Haoyu! After a long while, Qi Wei finally reacted. He looked at Chi Haoyu, who had already disappeared into the horizon. Even his aura had disappeared. He couldn't help but turn pale. He glanced at Yun Nuoxing with some fear. He knew that even he couldn't defend against that speed unless he was prepared in advance. The people of the Qi family all looked at Yun Nuoxing with unfriendly expressions. But a moment later, they suddenly flew in the direction where Chi Haoyu had disappeared. It was impossible to settle the score with Yun Nuoxing now. Compared to this, saving people was more important. Chi Haoyu was the young master of the Qi family. He couldn't die like this. Moreover, if this attack was attacked with a divine weapon, the divine emperor's head would be split open. Everyone looked at this scene in astonishment. Thousands of pairs of eyes stared at the scene, but no one saw clearly how Yun Nuoxing made his move. It was as if Chi Haoyu had suddenly flown away, and what they saw was just a simple action of Yun Nuoxing putting Yishi down and picking her up. This! The experts of the demon clan also gasped. If this attack had been aimed at them, they probably wouldn't have been able to defend against it. No wonder that kid was so arrogant just now. It turned out that not only did he have a powerful background, but his own strength was also unexpectedly terrifying. Girl, support me a little! Yun Nuoxing blinked and transmitted a message to Xian and Feng, causing the two women's expressions to change slightly. Then they gently walked forward and leaned against him. No one was suspicious. Little star, did you overdraw your strength? However, Yuan, she still saw through it and hurriedly transmitted a message to him. 36 times soul burning, the extreme light element, the full power of space, and the 8th layer of collapsing fist. Even a divine emperor can't block it without prior preparation. Well, I can only hit this one time. Chi Haoyu is crippled. I really didn't hold back that punch. Yun Nuoxing sighed and transmitted a message to everyone around him, causing Mei Mao, the Golden Empress, to flicker slightly. She also thought that she couldn't block that punch. Perhaps only the people of the Light Temple could defend against it. I'm not a saint. You've caused trouble for me time and time again. Sai, I've had enough. I'm giving face to the Ju Yuan Mountain Villa by sparing his life. Let the Qi family slowly cure him. If they can cure him within 10 years, it's my loss. Yun Nuoxing sighed. Soul Blade's cheeks twitched. Why did the last sentence sound so familiar? Yun Nuoxing's gaze was somewhat unfriendly as he scanned the thousands of experts in the sky. At least half of the people here were full of malice towards him. He guessed that the people of the 12 star palaces and the sacred weapon shrine were all here. At least he seemed to have seen Gu Yu's shadow, but now he didn't see him. The younger generation who made eye contact with him were all shocked. Those who had said some harsh words were even more unnatural. How could the identity of those who were invited to participate in the Taiyuan Grand Assembly be simple? Naturally, they knew what Yun Nuashing had done. Although Qi Haoyu had always emphasized divine weapons, only a moron would listen to him. Wasn't it his own ability to activate a divine weapon to such an extent? Moreover, he had just been killed by someone with his bare hands. Yun Nuashing didn't even seem to move. When such a person looked at them, they were a little nervous. They felt a little afraid from the bottom of their hearts. The people of the Snow Goddess sect were also here at this time. They were watching this farce from a corner. The Snow Python's expression was complicated. Even the man beside him had been persuading him to put down the conflicts and apologize to them. However, he had to admit that such a person was too terrifying. This was a kind of power and influence. Although Yun Nua's star did not appear in the eyes of the world, he had firmly intimidated most of the people of the younger generation. Even the strong gods felt that he was very oppressive. Yun Nuashing looked at the Golden Princess and the demons who were still confronting each other and sighed. He walked forward, shook the Golden Princess's arm, and said softly, "Sister, forget it. Let's go back. You're just too tolerant. That's why you always let others bully you. If I were you, I would let those bastards know what it means to be powerful. That day, you hit me so hard that I had to recuperate for 10 years before I could recover. Why are you so magnanimous now?" After Yun Nuashing finished speaking, the Golden Princess didn't say anything. The Empress sighed gloomily and turned around. She looked at Yun Nuashing, who had an innocent look on his face. She pinched his nose with her jade-like hand and shook it. Then she shook her head helplessly. The Empress didn't hide her words. She even deliberately amplified her voice, as if she wanted the people around to hear her. When the people around heard her voice, their expressions changed. They looked at Yun Nuashing in disbelief. Had this guy really reached such a level? Of course, most people didn't believe her words. After all, everyone knew the strength of an emperor god. Even if Yun Nuashing's speed could surprise an emperor god, speed didn't represent power. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly, put on his mask, and said repeatedly that he wanted to retreat. The Golden Princess and the others were helpless. They knew that they couldn't persuade him. Furthermore, he was still acting cute to make them happy. They couldn't fight this battle and could only retreat. "Take care, you are." Before leaving, Yun Nuashing looked at Yu, who was still fanning Mei Mao, and transmitted his voice softly. One of them was from the human race, while the other was from the demon race. Although he didn't care about these things, it didn't mean that others didn't care. Chapter 574. After leaving the place where tens of thousands of people were watching, they stopped at the place where Princess Jean and the others had just settled down. They did not really leave Jiyuan Mountain Villa. The Taiyuan Grand gathering had not really started yet. As soon as he entered the house, Yun Nuashing collapsed on a sofa and lay down softly. His mouth couldn't help but gasp for breath. The soul-burning secret art used the method of burning the soul to obtain double the power, but it also caused great harm to his body. If it wasn't for his physique being different from ordinary people, this body would have already exploded from the powerful force. Brother Nua, the soul-burning incantation has a huge burden. If it is not necessary, it is better not to use it. She sat beside his head and could not help but poke his head with her little hand, sighing softly. When Yun Nuashing collapsed, a group of people exclaimed and surrounded him. He smiled bitterly and hurriedly waved his hand, assuring them that he was really fine. Princess Jean and the others walked to the side, half believing and half doubting. It is rare to have such a grand gathering. There are so many heroes in the world. Don't circle around me. Do what you want to do. Seeing that Zian and the others were still there, Yun Nuashing smiled and waved his hand. Hearing this, Yao Hua and the others chattered for a while, then ran out, as if they suddenly remembered something. Ziyan and the others stayed behind. Yuan Shi and Yu Xiao were whispering to each other in a corner, while Qin Yan was still as quiet as a jade statue. She was sitting only a meter away from them, but she didn't seem to be breathing at all. This was a jade palace, surrounded by lotuses and strange flowers and trees. A faint mist flowed under their feet, as if they had really come to the immortal world. There were many people living in this courtyard, all of whom had come to participate in the Taiyuan Grand Gathering. It was just that the time for the gathering to officially start had not yet arrived. Princess Jean picked a relatively large courtyard, which was more than enough for them to rest. The environment was also much better than the other courtyards. As time passed, more and more people arrived through the air. All of them had powerful auras, and their backgrounds were probably not weak. Some of them were famous figures who had been around for a long time. Rather than calling it a Taiyuan meeting, it would be better to call it a gathering of gods. Yun Nuoxing was quietly resting in the courtyard. After the commotion just now, someone actually came to visit him. Moreover, it was a young expert who wanted to see him. This made him feel a little puzzled. However, Yuan Shi and the others guessed that Yun Nuoxing's previous battle and his previous battle achievements were probably because someone wanted to pay respects to him. After hearing Yuan Shi's guess, Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. She didn't have any intention of meeting them and asked Yi Shi to reject them. However, a moment later, Yi Shi ran back. She looked at Yun Nuoxing with a strange expression and said, "Brother Nuo, it's the people of the Snow Goddess School. What are you going to do?" Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. She looked at Empress Jean, who was not far away, but the latter just smiled and said, "Deal with it yourself. I'm here." "All right." Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. She got up and walked towards the door. The group of people she saw at the Heart Lake that day were standing respectfully at the door. As for the snow python, it lowered its head. The young man who was addressed as young Master Qing was also stunned when he saw Yun Nuoxing come out. He was prepared to be rejected. "Young Master Yin, I'm here to apologize for my friend's rudeness that day." Young Master Qing cupped his hands in salute to Yun Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing was slightly stunned. She looked at the snow python with its head lowered and understood something. She waved her hand and said, "It's nothing. Everyone loves beauty. His eyes are on his body. I can't do anything about it." Fortunately, there was no conflict. Young Master Yun's magnanimity is extraordinary. I thank you on behalf of the snow python. Young Master Qing cupped his hands respectfully. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. She looked at young Master Qing and said, "Brother Qing, let me ask you a question." "Young Master Yin, please ask. If I know, I will tell you truthfully." Young Master Qing nodded. "Ning Qianxue, is Fairy Ning still around?" This name made young Master Qing's body tremble. Even the expressions of the people beside him changed slightly. Very few people knew the name of the founder of the Snow Fairy sect. Even the people in the Snow Fairy sect, if their status was not high, they would not know this information. However, Yun Nuoxing knew. "Ancestor, I don't know either. I only know the name." Young Master Qing frowned slightly and then shook his head. "I see." Yun Nuoxing also had some speculations. However, she could not help but feel disappointed when it was confirmed. Seeing Yun Nuoxing's emotions, young Master Qing blinked and thought for a while. Then he said hesitantly, "The sect leader of the Snow Fairy sect is also here." "Young Master Yin, why don't you?" "Yes, that's what Sister Jean wants to do. I will talk to her. You guys can go back first." Yun Nuoxing nodded. It was useless for him to visit alone. It was better to leave this matter to Sister Jean and the others. Young Master Qing nodded and cupped his hands respectfully. Then he left with his people. Yun Nuoxing also returned to the hall. She ran to Princess Jean and softly told her what happened just now. "All right, I'll take you there later." The Golden Princess nodded with a smile. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Then She smiled bitterly and said, "Can I not go? This is about your own background. Why don't you have any motivation?" The Golden Princess could see the unwillingness and tiredness in his eyes. She was a little surprised and pinched his handsome face with her jade-like hands. "I don't know. I just don't have any motivation." Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Princess Jean and the others looked straight at him. This kid was getting weirder and weirder. This made him smile even more bitterly. Everything depended on one's heart. In the end, he still agreed to make a trip, albeit somewhat reluctantly. While they were talking, people kept coming in and out of the jade palaces. A small number of experts started to wander around the Ju Yuan Mountain Villa. Zhang family of the Divine Prefectures, Western Region. Demon God Temple of the Divine Prefectures, Southern Plains. Battle King Ji of the Kuan-Yuan regions, Ji family, is here. Tianpeng family of the Jiuan region is here. Army of the Qianyuan region is here. The arrival of the important figures was called out one after another. Numerous war chariots and precious beasts descended from the sky, heading towards this resting area. There are so many big shots. Their mounts are so precious. I can be sure that people from all 5 regions are here. Yuan, she sat in the hall and listened to the announcements. He chatted with Yun Nuashing. The Phaseless cult holds a large-scale event once every 10,000 years. It wouldn't be strange if all the big forces in the realm of the gods came, Yu Xiao said softly. And then, what are they here for? Yun Nuashing asked. Normally, the event is held once every 10,000 years. It's a gathering for the strong cultivators of the younger generation to do things by themselves. They either learn from each other or get to know people. But this time, the event was held much earlier. I think they have something important to announce, Yu Xiao said. Something important? Yun Nuashing frowned. Something important? The only thing that could be considered important in the realm of the gods was the birth of the demon and monster realms. It's probably those 2 important things if there are no other accidents. Yuan, she smiled and said what was on his mind. A white light suddenly appeared on the seat at the side, startling the few of them. They quickly turned their gazes and saw that Xiaobai had returned. It was still eating something in its mouth. Little White. Seeing him return, Yun Nuashing smiled. Then, she remembered something and quickly told him about Ning Qianxue. You're talking about Ning Qianxue? I remember. Little White licked his fingers and licked the corner of his mouth with his tongue. Then he grinned and looked at Yun Nuashing with reminiscence in his eyes. He said, Yu Ying met that little girl when he was traveling in the Taiyuan region. He passed by a wild place and saw her lying in a pool of blood. He saved her life. When she woke up, he sent her back. Little White took a cup and gulped down 2 mouthfuls of water. He sighed and continued. At that time, I was already traveling with Yu Ying. We followed him everywhere. Then, 100 years later, we went to the Ganyuan region and coincidentally came across a relic. There, we met Ning Qianxue again. The 2 of us fought over an ancient scroll. At first, we didn't recognize each other. But later, Ning Qianxue recognized Yu Ying first. Or she recognized me and then recognized Yu Ying. Or was it Yu Ying who recognized Ning Qianxue? Anyway, they just met again in the ruins. After a fight, they recognized each other. After that, the 2 of them had a passionate conversation. Something like, long time no see. I miss you so much. What happened back then? Will it kill you to pick the main points? Everyone's face darkened. Ahem. Little White coughed and said, Then I'll omit 10 million words from the above scenes. Later, Ning Qianxue followed Yu Ying to train. Ning Qianxue had always been secretly in love with Yu Ying. Yu Ying also liked Ning Qianxue, but he had his own difficulties. Then, we'll omit a few 100 million years. One day, Yu Ying sealed me, the azure dragon and the black tortoise. The phoenix hadn't woken up at that time. When he sealed me, Ning Qianxue was still with Yu Ying. I don't know what happened after that. I only know that Ewing had a destiny that he had to face. Now he's dead. Sigh. Little White let out a long sigh and shook his head, helplessly. There was a tinge of sadness in his silver-blue, tiger-like eyes. As for Ning Qianxue, she should still be alive. It's only been 3 eras. Back then. She and Yu Ying both drank the blood of gods. She won't die so easily. Moreover, she followed Yu Ying's footsteps and stepped into that level. She won't die so easily. Little White's words stirred up a huge wave. Yuan Shi, Lei Lang, and the rest gasped. Yun Nuoxing was still all right. He had seen gods. If not 7, he had at least seen 3, although one of them was a shadow. Is she really my grandmother? Yun Nuoxing frowned and wasn't too sure. It's possible. As for whether it's accurate, you'll have to ask her yourself. Little White nodded. Seeing that he was a little nervous, he patted his back with his small palm and said with a smile, "Relax. If you're really related to Ewing, Ning Qianxue will treat you well." "Oh, since you've said this, I'll have to say something. Since you've seen the memories in the pendant, you must have seen Yu Ying's long-cherished wish, right?" Little White's expression suddenly became a little serious as he said in a deep voice. Yun Nuoxing nodded. He had seen it. That was right. It was a very heavy goal. As his son, you have to fulfill his long-cherished wish. Of course, I won't force you. I just hope that you can fulfill his long-cherished wish. After all, he even left the pendant to you, Little White said in a deep voice. I know. Yun Nuoxing nodded again. Long-cherished wish. Xian was a little confused. Yu Ying is looking for someone. Someone who has disappeared for countless years. Or rather, God. Yun Nuoxing nodded and sighed. God. Everyone gasped in shock. Who? Yuan, she was also very confused. He was even a little frightened. Looking for a god and a person who had disappeared for countless years. You know it too. Yun Nuoxing sighed and took a sip of tea. After pondering for a while, he softly said the name that made Xian, Yuan Shi, and Yu Xiao's body stiffen. The forbidden, heavenly god from the primordial era, Quarter Moon. Chapter 575. Taboo Taboo. The taboo, a heavenly god from the primordial age. His existence had almost been completely erased, and not a single trace of him was left behind. There were no ancient books that recorded his deeds, and he did not exist in anyone's memories or records. Only his name was known. Even Yi did not know him. Let's put these things aside. We'll talk about them when we have the chance. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand. He was too lazy to talk about such matters. It was almost impossible to find a person who had died countless years ago and was unrecorded. Everyone smiled bitterly. They had all guessed what Yun Nuoxing was thinking. This matter was also something that was almost impossible. Qin Yan sighed and took a sip of tea. Then Mei Mao paused. With a flip of her hand, she took out a jade slip and poured her soul power into it. Then she was stunned for a moment. After putting down the jade slip, Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuoxing and said softly, Young Master Yun, my father is here. Go ahead. Go wherever you want. You don't have to ask me. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Then he smiled and took a sip of tea. Qin Yan smiled bitterly. Knowing that he had misunderstood, she added softly, Father wants to see you. Uft. As soon as she said that, Yun Nuoxing spat out his tea. His eyes were a little dazed as he stared at Qin Yan. When he saw her nod, he smiled bitterly. Now, must I go? Qin Yan's father was the patriarch of the Qin family. She had said that she was greeting him last time. He did not know why she was looking for him now. Father wants to see you. Qin Yan blinked at Mei Mao, then lowered his head. Mei Mao looked at him, hopefully. Can you do me a favor? Hey, what are you saying? Yun Nuoxing quickly waved her hand and said with a wry smile, We're all friends. We've been wandering around together. It's only right for me to pay a visit to your father. I'm just a little tired. I wanted to have a good rest. After that, he poured himself another cup of tea and took a big gulp. He stood up and slapped his cheeks hard with both hands. Then he took a deep breath and looked at Qin Yan with a smile. "Let's go." Hearing this, Qin Yan and Mei Mao were overjoyed. Their eyes sparkled as they looked at him. They nodded and walked out of the hall. Yun Nuoxing and the others slowly followed behind. They even greeted the Golden Princess before they left. Outside the courtyard, there were many luxurious jade palaces. Between the palaces, there were many tables made of precious wood. Between the heaven and earth, there were many experts flying back and forth. Yun Nuoxing seemed to have seen the fairies of the Yu family busy here, delivering all kinds of delicacies and fine wines. The Yu family is also helping to entertain you. Yu Xiao explained with a smile when she saw the confusion on his face. Yun Nuoxing suddenly understood. The phaseless sect was not the only host of the Taiyuan Grand Gathering. There were other big forces that came to help. The Yu family was one of them. They walked around the pavilions and palaces. After walking around for a long time, they stopped in front of a very magnificent palace. Qin Yan raised her head and looked at the magnificent palace. She took a deep breath. Thinking about the information she received in the jade slip, her face blushed slightly. She nodded as if to encourage herself. Then she turned around and looked at Yun Nuoxing. She nodded at him and walked into the palace first. Yun Nuoxing and the others quickly followed behind. The atmosphere in the hall was very relaxed. The people of the Qin family were chatting and laughing. A middle-aged man wearing a golden robe with black edges sat at the head of the hall. He would chat with the people below from time to time. However, his eyes were mostly looking at the door, as if he was waiting for something. "Father!" A clear and alluring voice suddenly rang out from outside the hall. Everyone raised their heads, and when they saw Qin Yan, who had gracefully walked into the hall, everyone was overjoyed. "Little girl, you left for 4 to 5 years without leaving a message. Finally, you are willing to come back." The middle-aged man in the golden robe looked at Qin Yan and smiled dotingly. Then he waved his hand. Qin Yan understood and walked closer. She lowered her head slightly and whispered, "My daughter is getting more and more beautiful." The middle-aged man in the golden robe stretched out his hand and rubbed her head gently. He chuckled, and his eyes were filled with kindness and doting. "Where is the little guy? Why didn't you invite him?" Qin Yan's expression changed slightly when she heard the middle-aged man's words. She took a deep breath and turned around. Her red lips parted slightly as she whispered to the outside. Seeing her actions, everyone turned their gazes to the entrance. A moment later, a young man with colorful hair and wearing a black trench coat slowly walked in with a calm expression on his face. He looked at the middle-aged man, whose gaze had become much more profound after seeing him. He glanced at Qin Yan, who was standing beside the middle-aged man, and immediately understood what was going on. He took a deep breath, took off his mask, clasped his fist, and greeted the middle-aged man, "Patriarch Qin." "Haha, heroes come from the young. It's better to meet you in person than to hear rumors." The middle-aged man stared at Yun Nuoxing for a while. Then he smiled and stood up. He said softly, "My name is Qin Hai. You are familiar with Yan and have helped her before. She has been under your care all these years. If you don't mind, you can call me uncle." Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing scratched his head and nodded. He said softly, "Uncle Qin." Patriarch Qin smiled and nodded. His deep eyes became calm again. He looked at Yun Nuoxing with a trace of admiration in his eyes. Then he smiled and said, "I heard from Yan that you have grasped the power of space. Is that true?" Yun Nuoxing turned his head slightly to look at Qin Yan, who was standing next to him. When she met his gaze, she actually seemed a bit nervous. She even lowered her head, and her usual calmness and tranquility completely vanished. Rolling his eyes at her, Yun Nuoxing looked at Patriarch Qin, who had walked up to him, and nodded. He stretched out his hand, and a silver-blue energy flew up and down on his palm. Then it condensed into a phoenix and let out a cry towards the sky. Tisk tsk. You have the strength of a demonic rank. You have grasped the power of space that only a demonic rank can come into contact with. Moreover, the way you use it is already equivalent to the power of a dark god expert. Patriarch Qin looked at the phoenix condensed from the power of space and chuckled. He looked at Yun Nuoxing with a little more interest. Yun Nuoxing blushed with shame. He had only shown the power of space. How could he see it so clearly? You're the one who did that in the godly Tiger Mountain Range, right? Patriarch Qin laughed again. Yun Nuoxing's face darkened. He turned to Qin Yan and looked at her helplessly. In the end, Qin Yan hurriedly waved her hand. She was so anxious that sweat flowed down her face. She quickly opened her red lips and mouthed, as if to say that she didn't say it. "Ha, Yenno didn't tell me. It was just my guess." The Qin clan lord laughed. His gaze became even more profound, causing Yun Nuoxing to smile bitterly. In the end, he could only nod his head. This fellow was too good at guessing. Could it be because of what happened in the Ghost Chi Forest? Patriarch Qin was a little startled when he saw him nod. He had just made a random guess. After eliminating the possibility of a battle between divine emperors and the beast tide at that time, he thought of the incident in the Ghost Chi Forest. Then he linked it to Yun Nuoxing. Patriarch Qin smiled and walked 2 rounds on the spot. Then he returned to the main seat and patted the seat beside him. He smiled and said, "Come." Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Even the other members of the Qin family in the hall were stunned. Patriarch Qin really wanted to rope in Yun Nuoxing? Yun Nuoxing was a little nervous. He looked at Qin Yan again. She was also a little confused, but she still gave him a reassuring look. Only then did Yun Nuoxing walk over and slowly sit down. "What do you think of Yen, As soon as he sat down, Patriarch Qin asked this question. It shocked Yun Nuoxing and Qin Yan so much that their heads exploded. Yun Nuoxing jumped up in shock. Qin Yan blushed and quickly lowered her head. She looked like a little girl. Her beauty was suffocating. Patriarch Qin smiled faintly when he saw Yun Nuoxing's reaction. He pressed Yun Nuoxing down and said with a smile, "I'm just asking." Yun Nuoxing heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. However, he looked at Qin Yan, who was standing next to him. He blinked and blurted out, "Quiet." Clan Lord Qin was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. This was the most unexpected answer he had ever heard. Those who had come to propose marriage to Qin Yan had all talked about her as if she was a fairy from the heavens. However, Yun Nuoxing had said the most direct word, which was just like her personality. They talked about other things. However, Patriarch Qin did not mention the previous question, which made both of them heave a sigh of relief. "You two can go to the back. We old guys still have some things to discuss." Patriarch Qin smiled. Qin Yan heaved a sigh of relief again. She nodded and gave Yun Nuoxing a look. Then they walked out of the hall. "By the way, little brother, do you know why the Qin family was looking for you back then?" Patriarch Qin suddenly asked an old question when they were about to leave the hall. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Then he shook his head. This was what he wanted to know. The 9 Deities Temple was looking for him because he was suspected to be a member of the Chief Hall Master's faction. However, he had no idea why the Qin family and the Xian family were looking for him. Patriarch Qin revealed an amused and surprised smile. Then he waved his hand and asked them to leave quickly. In the garden behind the hall, Yun Nuoxing and Qin Yan were strolling side by side on a small path. Qin Yan turned her head and looked at Yun Nuoxing, whose handsome face was very calm. She suddenly opened her red lips and said, "Father was just joking. Don't take it to heart." Yun Nuoxing's footsteps paused. He turned his head and looked straight at her. In his colorful eyes, there was a hint of playfulness and laughter. He said, "Are you joking?" Qin Yan's delicate body trembled as she was stared at by those clear and playful eyes. A trace of blush appeared on her beautiful face. Her jade-like hands clenched her black dress tightly, and she nodded gently. Yun Nuashing stretched out his hand and slowly moved it towards her beautiful face. When Qin Yan saw it, her breathing and heartbeat became more rapid. It was like a manic drum that kept ringing. Even Mei Mao was slightly confused and puzzled. She looked at the palm that was getting closer and closer. She was very nervous. It was quiet all around. Even the two suns had quietly hidden away. A gentle breeze blew past, causing the long black hair and colorful hair to gently sway. The strange fragrance of flowers followed the petals and drifted away. This scene was tranquil and unique. Just when Qin Yan thought that he was going to reach out and touch her face, Yun Nuashing suddenly bent his finger and flicked it on her white forehead. Her heart trembled. Although it didn't hurt, it was a little inexplicable. There are some things that I won't know if you don't tell me clearly. Yun Nuashing smiled. Then he lifted his foot and walked towards the small path again, leaving Qin Yan alone in the wind. After a while, Yun Nuashing stood in the distance and waved at her. Only then did Qin Yan react. Mei Mao was a little embarrassed. She glared at the figure in the distance and stomped her legs on the ground. She pouted coquettishly and jogged to catch up. There was a small lake behind the garden. It seemed to be connected to the celestial lake. Wisps of celestial aura lingered around it, hiding the scenery in the mist. It was like a paradise on earth. "Sister Yan, you're back." Just when the two of them stood in front of the lake, a gentle and light voice came from the forest behind them. The two of them turned around and saw a petite figure running towards them. Qin Yan couldn't help but smile. The girl looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. She was wearing a pair of light green clothes. Her skin was smooth and creamy, and her slender legs were outlined by the long pants. Her delicate body was curvaceous. When she saw Qin Yan, Mei Mao, who seemed to have seen all kinds of brilliant colors, was a little happy. Her eyebrows were like willows, and her celestial face was full of joy and excitement. As soon as the girl came out of the forest, she ran to Qin Yan and plunged into the latter's arms. She couldn't help but say in a sweet voice, "Sister Yan, I missed you, I missed you. Why didn't you come back for so many years?" "Sister, you were kidnapped by a bad guy. That bad guy didn't let you come back. It wasn't easy for me to find a chance to escape." Qin Yan giggled and hugged the girl in her arms. Mei Mao rolled her eyes at Yun Nuashing. Her words seemed to be hinting at something. Yun Nuashing blushed with shame. What was this girl talking about? Let me introduce you to someone. This is young Master Yun Nuashing. This is my younger sister, Yun Nuashing. Qin Yan smiled. The last sentence was naturally directed at Yun Nuashing. As soon as she said that, Yun Nuashing and the girl were stunned. They quickly looked at each other and then widened their eyes. "Big brother? Little Ye?" Chapter 576. Gentleness and astonishment intertwined as the two voices spiraled into the sky. As the voices spread, the sunlight in the sky seemed to inadvertently become a little more intense. The sounds of insects chirping could also be heard in the forest. Even the fish couldn't help but jump on the surface of the water. The air seemed to have spread out between the two pairs of eyes that met the moment the two voices of astonishment and surprise rang out. Qin Yan's beautiful face suddenly stiffened. Mei Mao's face also quickly filled with astonishment. Her lily-white hand paused in midair. Qin Yan's cheeks twitched. She seemed to have thought of something. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuashing in disbelief. There couldn't be such a coincidence in this world, right? 12 years ago, when little Yea's family came back, it was a grand elder of the family who personally went to fetch them. She didn't know how long the journey was during that time. At that time, she was only focused on cultivating. Even when they came back, she only came out to meet them once. She only saw little Yea a year later. After that, she guided little Yea in her cultivation. During one of their chats, little Yea inadvertently mentioned that she had an older brother who was wandering outside. She asked Qin Hai to help her find him, but he was never able to find him. Her older brother seemed to be called Yun Nuashing. However, after a period of time, Lydia seemed to have forgotten about this matter. She herself had also forgotten that when she met Yun Nuashing later, he came from the Nine Deities Temple and had the identity of a member of the Nine Deities Temple. Therefore, she had never thought in that direction. But now, was this Yun Nuashing really little Ye's older brother? Father, where did the Qin family bring back the direct descendants from? Qin Yan couldn't help but take out a jade slip and hurriedly send a voice transmission to Qin Hai, a remote city in the Source Peak region. I think it's called Star Spirit City. It's rare to see you concerned about such things. What's wrong? Qin Hai's voice sounded from the jade slip. How long did it actually take to come back? Qin Yan asked hurriedly. Back then, when your uncle Guang brought that group of people back, the journey seemed to be a little slow. After all, there were quite a lot of people. It took about 5 years for them to reach the city with the transportation portal. Later, they used the transportation portals one after another to return. When they came to China, it took them another year to return to the Qin family. Yes, that's right. Qin Hai was also counting slowly on his fingers. Qin Yan suddenly came to a realization. She quickly said that it was fine, and then put away the jade slip. At that time, Xian had said that Star Spirit City is the birthplace of Little Star. This seemed to be true. In other words, that Qin clan member that day was from that branch of the Qin clan outside, and the person who was brought back was also from there. Qin Yan completely understood. The Star Spirit City's Qin clan emblem she saw that day was a little familiar. Now that she thought about it, wouldn't it be the same as the Qin clan's emblem if she modified it a little? Everything started to connect. It was most likely that Yun Nua planet remembered it wrongly. Little Yu. Qin Yu's mind trembled slightly. This voice was so familiar that it seemed to have penetrated deep into her soul. It had accompanied her through the days of leaving a familiar place and living in a strange place. Even though she was far away from Taiyuan region and had never seen the person again, this voice had long been deeply imprinted in her heart. No matter what, she would never forget it. The once young girl had now grown up. She also knew that her biological brother would never return. Yun Nuashing had become the most unforgettable thing in her heart. Big. Brother? Brother. Her slender, jade-like neck rolled, and on her fairy-like face that seemed to be born from the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, 2 sparkling and translucent teardrops slid down. Her eyes, which were usually calm and even cold, were currently filled with heart-breaking ripples. Her bright eyes stared fixedly at the colorful-haired youth. The figure in her memory slowly overlapped with the person in front of her. There seemed to be no similarities, but they all seemed to be the same. Big Brother had changed. He had become handsome. Little you couldn't even recognize him. He was even somewhat beautiful. Big Brother was really like a fairy. Big Brother! Breaking free from Qin Yan's embrace, Qin Yu hurriedly wiped away the rolling tears on her face. She gently turned her ankle, stomped on the ground, and fiercely plunged into Yun Nuashing's embrace. Her entire small face was buried in his chest. Her jade hands were tightly wrapped around his back, hugging him tightly. She was afraid that this was just a dream. When she woke up, he would be gone. Caught off guard, Yun Nuashing grinned. He was very excited and also felt a little warm. He seemed to recall that time. More than 10 years had passed. The little girl from back then had finally grown into a slender and elegant woman. She was so beautiful that he couldn't recognize her. Regardless of her temperament, strength, or appearance, she could become a goddess in the hearts of countless people. She wasn't inferior to her sister in any way. However, the moment she recognized him, she directly flew towards him. Yun Nuashing also understood that no matter how much she had changed, she would still be that little girl who liked to follow behind him and call him Big Brother nonstop. It was as if she would never grow up. Yun Nuashing gently hugged the little girl who had buried her face in his chest. He took a light breath, and the 6 wings on his back slowly extended. Then they gently covered the front of his body, covering the little girl's petite body as if he wanted to melt her into his body. He could feel the suppressed feelings in little Ye's heart. The feelings that had been accumulated for more than 10 years exploded all at once. This feeling made his eyes heat up. He didn't have any relatives and came to this world alone. He didn't have a past, but he felt a faint sense of kinship from little Ye. He missed it very much. Qin Yan, who was standing at the side, sniffled. Mei Mao also felt gratified as she looked at the siblings who had reunited. Although the 2 of them had only known each other for 2 years, the feelings they had for each other had become stronger day by day under the erosion of time. At this moment, it was time to make it manifest. After a long while, Yun Nuashing and Qin Yu gradually calmed down and released their arms. Yun Nuashing smiled and rubbed Qin Yu's head. He said gently, "The little brat from back then has now grown into a great beauty. Big brother is the one. You've changed so much that can't recognize you. You've grown into a fairy. Ari pursed her lips and lowered her head, allowing him to play with her hair. Mei Mao couldn't hide the happiness in her eyes. Big brother, have you found the fairy's home? Have you been well these past few years?" The 2 of them spoke at the same time. Then they were stunned. They looked at each other and chuckled. "I went back to Xingling City twice, but I didn't see you. The Qin family's residence was in ruins. I thought that it would be difficult to see you again in this lifetime." Yun Nuashing rubbed Qin Yu's head and said gently, "Not long after Big Brother left, someone from the Qin family found us and brought us back to the Zhu family. After many years on the road, we finally arrived at the Qin family in the western region of the Divine Prefecture." Qin Yu's soft words made Yun Nuashing frown. Was the Zhu family of the Qin family in Xingling City really the Qin family of the 8 ancient families? At that time, he still felt that it was impossible. The 8 ancient families didn't seem to be related at all. The distance between the 2 regions was very far. Moreover, he didn't feel that little Yu and Qin Yan had any similar bloodline power. Seeing Yun Nuashing's doubtful gaze turn to her, Qin Yan blinked at Mei Mao and said softly, "Yu Er's bloodline was indeed separated from the Qin family for many years. As for the reason, I once asked father, but he refused to tell me. However, she's been brought back now. She's a direct descendant of the Qin family." "Thank you." Yun Nuashing nodded. He looked at Qin Yan with a gentle gaze, making her flustered. "What are you thanking me for? I didn't do it. I only taught you, cultivation. Moreover, you've never mentioned this word to Ziyin and Yuanxi." Qin Yan twirled her hair. Mei Mao's eyes flickered. "Yes, I was rude. However, if the Qin family didn't take you, and her family away, you and I have seen what happened there." Yun Nuashing smiled faintly. "Yes." Qin Yan nodded. After thinking for a while, she said, "Also, you and her family were delayed on the road for about 6 years. Conservatively speaking, it's been almost 18 years since you left the Qin family in Xingling City." 18 years. Little Moon and Mei Mao looked at the 2, who seemed a little strange. Suddenly they blinked. Then they stared at Yun Nuashing and tried to call out softly, "Brother-in-law?" The 2 were stunned. Their faces turned red, and they hurriedly waved their hands to deny it. Qin Yan shook her head hurriedly. Mei Mao's eyes flickered. She said angrily, "You child, what nonsense are you saying?" Yun Nuashing coughed dryly. She pinched Little Moon's face and asked softly, "Is Uncle Qin Hui well?" "Yes. Father has the support of the family's resources. He's already a devil rank expert. He misses you very much. He said that you've suffered a lot outside by yourself. He also told me some things about Big Brother. He said that Big Brother is an amazing person." Qin Yu said with a smile, "Why do I feel like I'm the only one who's kept in the dark?" Qin Yan couldn't help but sigh when she heard what she said. Yun Nuashing spread out his hands. Who told you to not pay attention to what's going on outside? Uncle Hui is in the Qin residence. If you have time, you should come to the Qin residence. Father will also be very happy. Qin Yan looked at him and said softly. Yun Nuashing's eyes turned. Suddenly he teased, become a live-in son-in-law? This sentence made Qin Yan's face turn extremely red. Her delicate body trembled in anger. She couldn't help but stomp her little feet on the ground. Her beautiful eyes glared fiercely at Yun Nuashing. In the end, she saw that he was looking at her very gently. She hurriedly lowered her head. This guy, no wonder Zian always said that he liked to tease girls. Today it was her turn to be teased. Qin Yan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She recalled a time when she chatted with Zian about how to prevent little Star from teasing her. Recalling what Zian said, Qin Yan took a deep breath. The redness on her beautiful face was slightly suppressed. Only a faint blush remained. She was stunningly beautiful. Her misty Mei Mao stared straight at Yun Nuashing. She smiled and said, I can consider it. Perhaps the Qin family will have a branch with the surname Yun in the future. But looking at you, the chances of father marrying me off are higher. Hearing that she actually agreed, Yun Nuashing was stunned. His cheeks twitched as he stared at Mei Mao's calm and serious eyes. He couldn't help but feel a little awkward. For a moment he was stunned. Seeing that he was really stunned, Qin Yan snickered in her heart. It turned out that Zian's teachings were really effective. Seeing his embarrassed look, Qin Yan couldn't help but curl her lips, as if announcing her victory. Yun Nuashing's colorful eyes caught this scene. He narrowed his eyes. He felt that something was wrong. This girl wasn't usually like this. Numerous scenes flickered within his mind, and in the end, it stopped at a dark, violet figure, causing him to be unable to help but roll his eyes. This little girl had definitely received Ziyan's teachings, and it caused him to be teased instead after failing to tease her. Thinking of this, Yun Nuashing snorted in his heart. He grinned, reached out his hands, and pulled Qin Yan into his arms. He held her soft little hand with one hand and even clasped them together. Then he smiled slyly and said, Really? Qin Yan was shocked by this sudden scene. When she came back to her senses, she saw that the two of them were tightly pressed against each other. In particular, her voluptuous breasts were tightly pressed against his warm chest. It made her body heat up with a bang. A crimson red spread from her neck to her entire body. As the goddess of the Qin family, the young master of the Qin family, she was as pure as ice and as pure as jade. When had she ever been so close to a man's body? Even when they were traveling, she always kept a certain distance from him. She had never been so close to him. Every time she saw him being intimate with Ziyan and Feng, she couldn't help but blush. Moreover, she was the one being intimate with him this time. Qin Yan only felt a gush of hot air rush into her head, causing her entire body to heat up. She felt a little dizzy. Little Moon, who was at the side, cried out in shock. Then she hurriedly retreated. She covered her eyes with her two little hands, but her fingers were spread apart. She stared at the scene through the gaps between her fingers. She never thought that Sister Yen, who was known as pure and holy in the Qin family, would be like this today. Could it be that she really had to change the way she addressed him in the future? She couldn't call him Big Brother anymore. She had to call him brother-in-law. Young Master Yin, you can't. Qin Yan was so embarrassed that she was about to cry. She was just praising Ziyan earlier, but now she was scolding her in her heart dozens of times. She had indeed followed what this girl had taught her, but in the end, Yun Nuashing had taken it seriously. You're too soft. I can't hear you. Yun Nuashing let out a sinister laugh. The hand that was hugging her slender waist was still slightly exerting force. The two soft lumps of flesh squeezed against her chest until they became two flat balls. Her head was even slightly lowered. Seeing that he seemed to be serious, Qin Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She wanted to struggle, but her body didn't have any strength. She watched as that handsome face that was somewhat feminine came closer and closer to her. He actually closed Mei Mao's eyes. Yun Nuoxing was also stunned. He really wanted to ask her to open her eyes. If she closed her eyes, he wouldn't be able to control himself. Just as the two of them were an inch away from kissing, a light cough suddenly sounded in this quiet forest by the lakeside. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing Yun Nuoxing and Qin Yan to separate as if they had been electrocuted. Their gazes followed the source of the sound, only to see a middle-aged man dressed in a golden robe with black edges standing not far away. That face belonged to the head of the Qin family, Qin Yan's father. Qin Hai, it's over. I've gone overboard. Damn it, this time I really can't clear my name even if I jump into the East China Sea. Yun Nuoxing's handsome face immediately collapsed. This adultery had come too quickly. When Qin Yan saw Qin Hai, her already red cheeks became even redder, as if they were about to burn. The flustered Mei Mao looked at Qin Hai and Yun Nuoxing and didn't know what to say. The two of them were teasing each other, and now that Qin Hai had jumped out, wouldn't their pretense become real? My daughter has grown up and will eventually get married. Little brother, I'll have to trouble you to take care of my good-for-nothing daughter in the future. Qin Hai looked at Qin Yan and sighed. His voice contained mixed emotions, helplessness, and relief. Even though he was Qin Yan's father, this was the first time he had seen Qin Yan so close to a young man. Fortunately, this young man had a powerful background and was not a simple person. More importantly, Qin Yan liked him, so there was nothing more to say. This matter was settled. Yun Nuoxing and Qin Yan looked at each other awkwardly. What should they do? Chapter 577. In the forest by the lakeside, Qin Hai looked at the two people standing together and couldn't help but chuckle. No matter how he looked at them, they were pleasing to the eye. He couldn't help but nod his head. Then he saw Qin Yu at the side and seemed to have acknowledged each other. Only then did he walk out. He originally wanted to say something, but it seemed like he didn't need to. It wasn't easy being a third wheel. Yan, do your best. Qin Yan gritted her teeth. She originally wanted to say it out loud, but when she saw Qin Hai slip away and leave a message for her, she immediately froze. Mei Mao didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she looked at the forest. I've gone too far. Yun Nuoxing also didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked in the direction Qin Hai had left. He looked awkwardly at Qin Yan, whose expression was uncertain. Seeing him look awkwardly at her, Qin Yan took a few deep breaths, but she realized that she couldn't calm herself down. If the person standing in front of her was someone she didn't know and didn't have any interactions with, she would definitely be able to calm down very quickly. Even if her father saw that scene, the problem was that she knew this person and often talked about this bad guy with Qin Hai. There were some vague feelings in her heart, which made it impossible for her to calm down. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Qin Yan pouted coquettishly. Her pretty face was crimson red as she hammered Yun Nuoxing's chest with her small fists. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she said, "How am I going to explain this to my father now? Once the news reaches the Qin family, Mother will force me to get engaged. No, based on Father's attitude towards you, he might have already informed Mother. It's over. That." Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. This was really a tragedy. However, what surprised him even more was that this little girl, who was usually very calm, was currently so flustered that she didn't know what to do. She was like a little girl who was being forced into marriage, crying and laughing at the same time. This kind of goddess seemed to have a different flavor. What should I do? Qin Yan squatted down weakly and covered her face with her hands. Even at this moment, her face was still red. Go and make things clear. Yun Nuoxing scratched her head. She was also a little puzzled. She had walked on a tightrope to the end, but she was suddenly pushed by someone. This didn't feel too good. Do you want to break off your relationship with the Qin family? Father will beat you to death if you tell him. Qin Yan smiled bitterly. based on how much her father loved her. If he still said there's nothing between us after seeing this scene, he would definitely be asking for a beating. At this moment, Little Moon also felt that something was wrong. She trotted all the way over. After Yun Nuashing said these things, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, Mei Mao flashed slightly and then directly sat on the ground, laughing nonstop. The two people's cheeks twitched, and they gave each of them a good beating. This made Little Moon hold her head and wail. Seeing this, Yun Nuashing's heart ached again. She hurriedly hugged her and rubbed her head. The three of them sat like this for an entire afternoon. It was only when Xian worriedly sent a message through a jade slip that Yun Nuashing and Qin Yan reacted. They looked at each other and sighed bitterly. They were supposed to reunite and reminisce about the past. How did it suddenly turn out like this? Qin Yan's heart was very complicated. She had talked about Yun Nuashing more than once in a message with Qin Hai. More or less, there was a tone of admiration in her voice. Her father also admired Yun Nuashing very much. Moreover, he had the 9 deities temple behind him, which was a very good home. She also admitted that she more or less had some vague feelings for Yun Nuashing, but it was only to the extent of being vague. It wasn't to the extent of being infatuated with Xian. Perhaps it was just a faint feeling. However, Yun Nuashing was a man who was so outstanding that it was abnormal. He was handsome, strong, had a high status, and treated people gently. It was easy for people to fall in love with him. She, Qin Yan, had accompanied him for a few years. Could it be that she couldn't escape this fate? Yun Nuashing, on the other hand, was thinking about how to solve this problem. He didn't think about anything else. Let me solve this problem. Let's go out first. Don't let Xian worry. Qin Yan sighed. Her breath was full of many emotions, and then she shook her head helplessly. Qin girl. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. He quickly grabbed her arm and said softly, "Don't do anything stupid. If something happens, just put the blame on me." Hearing this, Qin Yan's heart also moved. The change in the way he addressed her and the words, "I'll take responsibility for everything," warmed her heart. This was his personal charm, wasn't it? Just like how he treated Xian and his friends. He would always put others in a safe place and take risks himself. Yin, little star. For some reason, Qin Yan also summoned extraordinary courage. Taking a deep breath, she turned around and looked at Yun Nuashing with a serious expression. Her red lips parted slightly. Yun Nuashing's heart skipped a beat. Seeing that she had calmed down, he also calmed down. He took a deep breath, nodded gently, and said, "Go ahead. If Father really allows us to get engaged, what do you plan to do?" Qin Yan asked softly. She didn't mix her emotions with her words at all. It was as if she was asking a question in the form of a computer program. Yun Nuashing's heart skipped a beat. He took a deep breath and said, "If everything is irreversible, I will face it head on and do what I have to do because of my identity." His answer didn't directly answer her question. He simply told her that if nothing could be changed, he would choose to face everything head on. But wasn't this also an answer for her? "I understand." Hearing this, Qin Yan nodded calmly. In fact, she still had a few more questions, but she didn't need to ask them. After interacting with Yun Nuashing for a few years, she knew very well what kind of person he was. So, those questions were actually useless because she already knew the answer. The three of them walked out side by side. Little Moon pulled the two of them and chatted nonstop. She talked about the various things that happened during their journey and even giggled from time to time. She looked like a little sparrow, which lightened the awkward atmosphere by quite a bit. When they reached the entrance of the palace, Qin Yan's expression changed slightly. Her jade-like hands trembled a little as she took out a jade slip. The expression on her beautiful face changed several times, which stunned Yun Nuashing. A few minutes later, Qin Yan put away the jade slip. She turned her head and smiled at Yun Nuashing and said, "It's nothing. Let's go." "Nothing, your head." Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. Although he really wanted to say it, he didn't press her when he saw that she didn't want to. He nodded and walked out of the palace. Seeing that he didn't press her, Qin Yan felt a little warm in her heart. She looked at Yun Nuoxing's back and bowed slightly. Then she smiled sweetly. In an instant, it was as if the sun had broken through the shackles of heaven and earth. It was as if 100 flowers had bloomed, and bright colors filled the world. However, this scene only existed for a moment. Yun Nuoxing and Qin Yu didn't look back, and Qin Yan quickly followed. After leaving the palace, they immediately found Xian and the others. When they saw Yun Nuoxing and the others, they were all stunned. Their jaws dropped, and they almost smashed a huge hole in the ground. It had only been more than 2 hours since they went in. How did another person come out? Moreover, looking at how intimate she was with Yun Nuoxing, as expected of Little Star, 10,000-year Lilican, Lolita killer. You can kidnap a little Lolita out in 2 hours. Very impressive. I have to admit that I admire you. Yuan, she sighed and couldn't help but clap his hands a few times. Everyone's faces darkened. Before Yun Nuoxing got close, he saw that everyone's faces were dark. The monstrous resentment seemed to have condensed into a ball, which gave the 3 of them a fright. This is my younger sister, Qin Yu. You can call her Little Yu or Little Moon. I met her when I was still living in the Qin family. More than 10 years have passed, and I couldn't recognize her just now. Yun Nuoxing rubbed Little Yu's head and smiled. Hearing this, everyone came to a realization. Other than Lei Lang's group of 6 and Yu Xiao, the others had followed Yun Nuoxing to the Qin family in Xingling City and even helped to tidy up. After knowing that this girl was the little follower that Yun Nuoxing occasionally mentioned, the gazes of Xian and the others became much gentler. They directly took Little Moon from his side. The girls couldn't stop laughing. They actually directly became familiar with each other, skipping the step of getting to know each other. Yun Nuoxing watched as the girls started to play together. Even Yi, she was in Little Yu's arms. The 2 of them couldn't stop laughing. Although this scene was very beautiful and wonderful, Yun Nuoxing felt that something was wrong. Wasn't this healing too fast, Little Star and Little Yu? Not bad. Your names are quite compatible. As expected of brother and sister, a star and a moon. Yuan, she patted Yun Nuoxing's shoulder and teased. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. His gaze inadvertently turned to Qin Yan, who happened to be looking over as well. The 2 of them tacitly looked at each other and nodded. They both chose not to mention it. Unless this matter was really settled, they wouldn't mention it. Boss, come and save the day. There's a brat from the Ganyuan region who's extremely arrogant. Suddenly, a voice sounded in their minds, causing everyone's expressions to change slightly. They all turned to look at Yun Nuoxing. He took out the jade slip and found Nightmare's soul power. After saying a few words, he put away the jade slip and sighed. He looked at everyone and said, "Let's go and make a scene." Oh, let's go and make a scene. Yuan, she was extremely excited when he heard that they were going to make a scene. Yu Xiao was also speechless. What's wrong? Xian asked with concern. There's a brat from the Ganyuan region. He made a very complicated array and asked the younger generation to solve it. In the end, no one could solve it. Yun Nuoxing talked about what Nightmare had just said to him as they walked. There aren't many array masters in the younger generation. That brat from the Ganyuan region even said that there were no array masters in other regions. Nightmare couldn't stand it and almost started a fight. If it weren't for Yao Hua and the others holding him back, he would have turned the sky upside down, Yun Nuoxing said. Nightmare is still so impulsive. What about little Xia? Her array skills are also very outstanding. Could it be? Xian was puzzled. Shui Xia also couldn't do anything about that array. Otherwise, why would she ask us to go over? She even seemed to be injured. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. That's right. Who would call for green oiled chicken for no reason? Everyone felt the same way and nodded. In the hall of a palace, a banquet was set up. All kinds of rare ingredients and rare wines were placed casually, causing the place to be as dense as fog. However, at this moment, the atmosphere in the palace was very tense. Many experts wearing the same color clothes had their hands crossed over their chests and looked down with cold smiles. At the head of the table was a man in a green robe. He was about 23 or 24 years old. His face couldn't be considered very handsome, but there was an unconcealable arrogance between his brows, which made him appear very charming. The atmosphere in the hall was somewhat tense. Nightmare had even taken out his black scythe. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at the man at the head of the table. A murderous aura surged from his body. Behind him, Yao Hua and the others were nervously protecting the unconscious girl with long blue hair. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of the girl's mouth. It was very eye-catching. Coupled with her somewhat pale and delicate face, it was very distressing. In the hall, there were many experts of the younger generation. They seemed to have come from different regions and some of the major forces. However, at this moment, their gazes were like nightmares. They stared fiercely at the man at the head of the table, as if they wanted to tear him to pieces. However, from the fluctuations of their auras, it seemed that they were all injured. Hong Fei, what's the point of bullying a girl? If you have the guts, come down. Let's fight one-on-one. I can't beat you to death. Nightmare suddenly took a step forward. The black scythe in his hand danced like a whirlwind. Murderous aura exploded with a furious roar. There's no point in fighting. Like I said before, if you can undo or destroy this, overturn the sky formation, I'll apologize. However, looking at the people from the major regions, TCH, forgive me for being blunt, but everyone here is trash. The azure-robed man called Hong Fei did not care at all. He laughed loudly and crossed his legs. He even took a sip of wine. Looking at Nightmare's furious expression, there was a hint of amusement in his eyes. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, more than 100 terrifying forces erupted in the main hall, sweeping out like a storm. Everyone present was an elite disciple of some major forces, and some were even like the divine sons and goddesses, but they were all scolded by him with a single sentence. If this could be tolerated, what else could be tolerated? Oh, you want a group fight? I don't have any objections. One formation is enough to deal with all of you. Hong Fei laughed even more arrogantly when he saw everyone erupting with terrifying auras. He slammed his hands on the table, and the huge formation engraved on the wall behind him flew out. Wait! Suddenly, Nightmare's black scythe paused and stomped on the ground. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Hong Fei. He sneered and said, "You're saying that if someone can undo this formation, you'll kneel down and apologize?" Kneel down and apologize? Did he say that? I think so. The surrounding people were slightly stunned when they heard Mo Yan's voice. All of their faces were filled with astonishment. Even Hong Fei was startled. However, he quickly understood the situation and laughed heartily. All right, I'd like to see who you can invite to undo this formation. Even if it's destroyed, it's my loss. Hearing this, Nightmare laughed coldly. He opened his arms and looked at the others. He laughed loudly and said, "Everyone, you've heard it clearly. Let's wait and see." As soon as he finished speaking, Nightmare swung his arm toward the entrance of the palace. Everyone looked over anxiously and expectantly. They were all people from major forces. Of course, they wouldn't do nothing after being insulted. However, they really couldn't do anything. They could only entrust their expectations to others. Although Hong Fei's words were very arrogant, it seemed that no one in the younger generation could beat him in terms of formations. Even Shui Xia of the Water God Temple had been defeated. Just as everyone was feeling both happy and worried, a group of figures slowly walked in from the entrance of the palace. The person in the lead was wearing a black half-mask with golden edges. His dazzling long hair danced in the wind. When they saw this figure, for some reason, hope rose in everyone's hearts. Chapter 578. The arrival of the rainbow-haired youth was like a shot of adrenaline, allowing the exhausted young elites to regain some of their vitality. They stared at him without blinking as he slowly walked in. Their gazes were filled with anticipation and awe. A person like him was not someone they could discuss. As soon as Yun Nuashing entered, he saw a large group of people casting their gazes over. However, as he was wearing a mask, he did not have much of a reaction. His eyes swept around and found the place where Jining and the others were. He led his people and quickly walked over. As for the huge floating formation and the group of people on the main seats, they were all ignored by him. How is it? As soon as he approached, Yun Nuashing saw Shui Xia's pale face. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, which made his heart ache slightly. Little Xia was devoured by his formation. Originally, she could have broken through the formation, but that bastard suddenly activated it at the critical moment. She was unable to react in time and was devoured by the formation. The wood spirit's voice was filled with anger as she ground her teeth. Her Maimao seemed to be about to spit out flames at this moment. Yun Nuashing nodded and crouched down. He pressed his hand between Shui Xia's eyebrows and several strands of energy rushed out together, surging into Shui Xia's body. After a while, he stood up and said, "It's nothing serious. She just suffered a bit of backlash. I've already healed the damage to her soul. She'll be fine after some rest." "Yeah, that guy is too despicable. Little Star, I'll leave her to you." Jining nodded heavily and placed Shui Xia on a chair. "Brother, beat him up. Let him see what a formation is." Nightmare, Yao Hua, and the others roared angrily as well. That was just too humiliating. It was simply too humiliating. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and looked around. He discovered that almost everyone was staring at him as soon as he arrived. Their gazes were filled with anticipation. "Do your best, Yun Nuashing." Suddenly, a woman in a corner suddenly shouted, causing everyone to be stunned. Yun Nuashing also looked at her in surprise. She seemed to have just reacted and quickly lowered her head. Her face was so red that it could drip water. Yun Nuashing smiled faintly and nodded. She turned her gaze and looked at the man on the seat of honor. Then she looked at the huge formation behind him and asked softly, "You did this?" Seeing this, Hong Fei looked at him with some disdain and sneered. "You expect the trash here to be able to create such a masterpiece? Or is it that you, who they have given all their hopes to you, are blind? You seem to be quite the character. If you want to break it, please do so. However, if any accident occurs, you will have to bear the consequences." Hong Fei laughed loudly, causing everyone in the hall to become furious. Yun Nuashing waved her hand and walked towards the formation. She stood in front of the huge formation. At this moment, everyone watched this scene with fear and trepidation. This was a divine body that was quite famous in the entire divine realm. Even the 9 deity temples had to protect it with all their might. Could it wash away their humiliation? Compared to everyone's nervousness, Nightmare and the others were much calmer. The Yun Nuashing they knew had never failed. Boom! However, in the next second, a dull sound rang out. Everyone saw a colorful figure fly out, causing everyone's faces to turn ashen. How can this be? Impossible. Even he can't do it. Is that formation really that strong? When Yun Nuashing flew out, everyone in the hall was a little depressed and unwilling. They glared fiercely at Hong Fei. If looks could kill, Hong Fei would have died tens of millions of times. Even Zian and the others were dumbfounded. Yi Shi was also in a daze. She knew very well about Yun Nuashing's attainments in formations. That formation was only a 6th grade magic rank formation. How could she not be able to break it and even be sent flying? Ha 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 ha. This is the savior you have been waiting for all this time. An arrogant person who flew out without even touching the formation. Is this a clown you invited? As expected, all the friends of trash are trash. When Hong Fei saw Yun Nuashing fly out, He laughed unscrupulously. He slammed his hands on the table, causing the wine cups to fall to the side. The wine spilled all over the table. Damn it, let's fight out with him. When have I ever suffered such humiliation? Kill! 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 Everyone was so agitated that they could no longer control their state of mind. They roared one after another, and their aura was about to overturn the hall. Ha ha ha, so funny. However, just when everyone was about to lose control of their anger, a somewhat stiff laugh rang out, causing everyone to be stunned. They hurriedly turned their gazes and saw a rainbow-haired figure slowly walking in from the door. It was Yun Nuashing. You call this a formation? While everyone was in a daze, Yun Nuashing sighed. Her evil spirit eye suddenly opened, and a wave of violent soul power surged out. It swept out like a storm and rushed into the formation along with the evil spirit eye. Then she snapped her fingers with her left hand. Ta! Bang! As soon as the snap of her fingers sounded, the formation suddenly exploded while everyone was still in a daze. It turned into streaks of azure light and disappeared in midair. It was so fast that even Hong Fei couldn't react in time. Let me teach you how to use the formation. Yun Nuashing sighed again and snapped her fingers again. Then hundreds of azure formations suddenly appeared in midair. The resplendent light shone on everyone's faces, causing them to be in a daze. Retreat! Hong Fei was the first to react. His face suddenly turned pale. His figure flashed, and he suddenly rushed towards the entrance of the hall. His companions were a bit slower, but they still quickly caught up. How can the main character of a play run away? Yun Nuashing sighed. She snapped her fingers again, and hundreds of golden chains suddenly shot out from the hundreds of formations. They covered the sky and covered the earth as they shot towards Hong Fei and the others. The light elemental chains wrapped around Hong Fei in the blink of an eye. Scram! A strong force suddenly tugged at his waist, causing Hong Fei's expression to change slightly. He lowered his head and saw the chains as thick as his thighs. He roared angrily, and a terrifying demonic aura surged out and slammed against the tough chains. A series of clanking sounds could be heard as the chains swayed. However, even though the aura was very strong, he couldn't even break free. All right, please scram. Yun Nuashing nodded. With a wave of his hand, a large number of chains connected to form a canopy directly engulfed Hong Fei, who was still unleashing his aura, and tied all of them up like dumplings. Come, get up. Yun Nuashing waved her hand again, and the large canopy of chains fell to the ground. Then they dragged Hong Fei and the others back. The few people who were rolled up like spring rolls immediately started rolling on the ground at high speed. When Hong Fei and the others rolled back to their seats, the chains swarmed up again and tied them up tightly like a few fat cocoons. Only their heads were exposed, and they were hung upside down in midair. What a strange request. After doing this, Yun Nuashing clapped her hands. Only then did everyone react. They looked at the fat cocoons hanging upside down in the sky and shivered. This is a freak, subduing a few demon rank powerhouses in a few seconds. Fortunately, the reception divine physique is still that powerful reception divine physique. Phew! I was almost in despair. So handsome, so powerful, so powerful, so handsome. In the main hall, the powerful successors of the major forces all heaved a sigh of relief. However, their gazes were still somewhat unfriendly as they looked at Hong Fei, who was suspended in midair by hundreds of chains. Although Yun Nuashing had come out to extinguish his prestige, many people were still somewhat unhappy in their hearts. Many of the female disciples were looking at Yun Nuashing with a strange light in their eyes. Nightmare and the others heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Yun Nuashing strangely. It turns out that she was just throwing the match. Like I said, how could Big Brother Nuon not be able to deal with these trashy arrays? She rolled her eyes and sat on a stool, her legs swinging back and forth. Hearing the voices in the surroundings, Yun Nuashing spread her hands and walked towards Hong Fei. The latter was still dizzy from being rolled around and didn't open his eyes to see who was in front of him. "Hey, open your eyes if you're not dead. If you're dead, I'll send you on a trip to the Starfield. If you're pretending to be dead, I'll send you back to the Ganyuan region. High-altitude express delivery." Yun Nuashing pushed him and unhappily said. Hong Fei, who was dizzy from being rolled around, suddenly shook his head and sobered up a lot. When he saw Yun Nuashing standing in front of him, he couldn't help roaring, but he couldn't break free from the chains no matter how hard he tried. "Bastard, put me down if you have the guts. Let's have a fair fight." After panting for a while, Hong Fei stopped his useless struggle and roared fiercely. "We've already had a fair fight. We've already fought fair and square, so there's no need for you to say anything else. You gave me a formation for me to solve, and I'll give you a formation for you to solve as well. If you can solve it, I'll let you down. If you can't, then stay here. You can leave when you solve it." Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes at him and slapped the chain with his palm, causing the big fat cocoon to spin again. "Bastard! Stop! Quickly! I won't spare you." The spinning big fat cocoon said something vaguely which made everyone laugh. This guy was actually quite a character, but he had met an even more ruthless character. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and ignored him. She walked straight to the wall at the back and gently pressed her palm on the wall. Then an azure array quietly appeared and slowly formed. It was about 1,000 feet in size. Whether it was in terms of size or complexity, it was more than a level higher than the one Hong Fei had made. Everyone was dizzy just looking at it. Buzz! After the array was completed, it let out a soft, buzzing sound. Surges of heaven and earth energy and star energy quietly gathered towards the array. However, Yun Nuashing suppressed the power of the array very well. If it exploded, this hall would definitely be destroyed. "Please, Mr. Scram." Yun Nuashing waved her hand and pulled the big fat cocoons over. She placed them in front of the array and even made a gesture of invitation. Hong Fei was so angry that his face turned red. F*CK. At asterisk, and Brother Nua, aren't you bullying me? Using a divine level array to make things difficult for me. When Yi-Shi saw the array, she hurriedly covered her mouth with her wide sleeves and laughed softly. Yuan Shi and the others who heard this all had black lines on their faces. Chapter 579. Yun Nuashing also knew that it was almost impossible for Hong Fei to decipher the divine magic array. He did not really let Hong Fei decipher it. He just left Hong Fei there until Shui Xiao woke up. Then he dragged Hong Fei over and forced him to apologize. Only then did he let him go. Yun Nuashing and the others walked out of the palace and saw Golden Princess leaning against the celestial tree. She was folding a leaf out of boredom. When she saw them come out, she could not help but roll her eyes. She flung the leaf away with her jade-like hand. Then she walked in front of them and said, "So slow." The group of people shrank back and then laughed dryly. Yun Nuashing also laughed dryly and walked forward. He said, "Sister Jean, what's the matter?" "Well, let's go first. We'll talk on the way." Golden Princess nodded. Her face was slightly gloomy. Obviously, she was not in a good mood. Everyone nodded and followed Golden Princess into the air. Then they flew towards the Jade Palaces. To be precise, they flew towards the huge palace in the depths of the Jade Palaces. Many experts had gathered in the Heavenly Palace. When Yun Nuashing and the others came out, they also saw many experts flying towards the palace. At this time, there were even more people flying towards the palace. This grand event is organized by the Phaseless Cult and several other major forces. You already know this. Just now, the hierarch of the Phaseless Cult and the others gathered everyone in the Ju Yuan Mountain Villa. "Maybe they have something important to announce," Golden Princess said in a low voice. Yun Nuashing and the others looked at each other and swept their eyes around. In the Jade Palaces below, a group of people broke through the doors and rushed out. Then they flew into the sky and flew towards the heavenly palace in the distance. At this time, many people had already gathered in the heavenly palace. There was even a large group of people standing at the door. Those were the younger generation. Only the powerful figures of various forces could enter the heavenly palace. The Nine Deities Temple is assisting in the Taiyuan Grand Assembly. It's not a big deal for me to bring some people in. Yun Nuashing and the rest of the youngsters stood motionless at the entrance of the main hall of the heavenly palace. The Golden Empress turned around and rolled her eyes at them. Then she held Yun Nuashing's hand and walked in. Her soft words made everyone around her speechless. They could accept that Yun Nuashing could enter, but there was a large group of people in this area. This, after all, the Nine Deities Hall was one of the hosts of the event, so it was only natural for them to enjoy special privileges. As soon as they entered the main hall, they heard a lot of noise. Many powerful people in the main hall turned to look at them. When they saw a group of young people walking in, they couldn't help but frown. However, when they saw the Golden Empress walking in front, a trace of fear flashed through the depths of their eyes. They all chose to shut up. No one dared to say anything inappropriate. "Sister Jean, what kind of shocking thing have you done?" Yun Nuashing caught some of the gazes of the powerful people. He rolled his eyes and looked at the Golden Empress. He couldn't help but ask in a low voice. The Golden Empress glared at him, causing Yun Nuashing to shrink his neck and look at her with an aggrieved expression. This caused the Golden Empress' heart to soften, and she sighed. However, before she could say anything, a kind voice chuckled from the side. "Your sister Jean was called the Golden Killing God back then. She gained her fame through killing. How could she not be feared?" Yun Nuashing turned his gaze. The figure that appeared in front of him was wearing a green brocade robe. He had white hair and a youthful complexion. There was a kind smile on his fair face. He looked like an immortal, but his two eyebrows seemed a little too long. "Old man, are you looking for trouble?" The Golden Empress heard him stealing her line and couldn't help but roll her eyes. She then pulled Yin Nuashing to her side and said, "This is Old Man Wuxiang. I've forgotten his name millions of years ago. Everyone calls him Old Man Wuxiang. He's the current leader of the Phaseless sect." "Uncle, Phaseless." Yun Nuashing cupped his hands and was about to call him Senior when he felt the Golden Empress pinching his waist. He shuddered violently and quickly changed his words. "Hee, what an interesting little fellow. Is he your disciple?" Old Man Wu Xiang's smile widened when he heard this. His smile was as bright as a sunflower. "Disciple? I also want to. Unfortunately, I can't raise this phoenix. At most, I can lend him a hand." The Golden Empress sighed and shook her head. Her jade-like hand gently rubbed Yun Nuashing's head, causing him to feel a little strange. He turned his head to look at her, only to see her smiling gently at him. He lowered his head. "Can't raise him." It wasn't just Old Man Wuxiang. Even the surrounding experts who were eavesdropping turned their gazes curiously. To be able to make a top-tier Emperor God expert say that he couldn't raise him. Everyone glanced at Yun Nuashing and thought for a moment. They seemed to understand something. No wonder he couldn't raise him. This fellow really couldn't afford to raise him, so it's that little fellow. Old Man Wuxiang revealed a look of understanding. He then smiled and said, "Come, we've been waiting for you." The Golden Empress nodded. Old Man Wuxiang also nodded slightly. They walked towards the main seat of the hall. However, the Golden Empress didn't bring Yun Nuashing and the others there. Instead, she walked to the stairs at the side and arrived at the third floor. Jin Jinwang and the others were also there. "They're here." A group of people from Yun Nua's star walked out of the staircase one after another, causing Jin Shinwang to smile. He went forward and led the group to the best vantage point. Looking at the large hall below, thousands of experts had already sat down one after another. Some of them leaned against the stone pillars on both sides of the large hall. They crossed their arms and looked indifferently at the large hall. There weren't many people on the second and third floors, other than the group of people from the 9 Divine Temple on the third floor. The second floor was even more deserted. Those who were able to stand here were all powerful forces who had come together to assist in the Taiyuan Grand Meet. Yun Nuashing also saw the elders of the Yu family who had gone to the Tana's Water God Palace with him. There were also some experts at the Emperor God level. Obviously, the Yu family also attached great importance to this grand meet. They had sent many people here. At this moment, this group of people from the Yu family was chatting with the people from the 9 Divine Temple. They nodded at Yun Nuashing's arrival as if they were expressing their goodwill. Yun Nuashing returned the greeting with a smile. He and Yu Xiao were friends, so naturally he would respect the people from the Yu family. Sis, you still haven't told me what happened. Someone from the demon world has come. It's not just the few that we saw today. Moreover, they are here to deliver a message. The Golden Queen said in a deep voice, "Deliver a message." Everyone's expression was strange. Around half an hour after Empress Jin's group arrived, a black figure with a powerful aura followed behind a few disciples from large factions. They stepped on a black fog and walked into the large hall. A rolling, demonic aura spread out, causing the younger generation at the door to hold their breaths. That frightening strength had merely landed on their bodies, but it had already caused them to lose the ability to resist dense, demonic qi. It's filled with a foul stench. Many people frowned. They were very disgusted by this aura. It had been 2 billion years since the last great battle in the demon world. The battle, 20 million years ago, was just a small one. Many people here had not even seen someone from the demon world before. This was the first time they had seen someone from the demon world. They were all shocked. This person's entire body was filled with dense, demonic qi. It was different from the demonic qi of the humans who cultivated the demonic qi. This kind of demonic qi could only be controlled by the demon clan. If a human wanted to cultivate it, they would be the first to be devoured. This black shadow was completely covered by the demonic qi. It was impenetrable. They could not see his appearance. They could only see that he was more than 2 meters tall and was very sturdy. The person from the demon world came to the center of the hall. He looked around and finally fixed his eyes on the old man Wu Xiang, who was sitting on the main seat. He raised his head slightly and said, "What the hell? What's that?" Everyone was confused and looked at each other. They did not know what he was talking about. You humans, have you even forgotten the common language of the ancient gods? 20 epochs ago, or even 2 billion years ago, there were still many humans using this language. It seems like humans are very good at forgetting. This devil world's man spoke indifferently as he switched to the common language of the divine world. After the great battle 2 billion years ago, it took many years for the God world to recover from the misery and suffering it is today. Many great forces were annihilated and turned to dust, and many new forces rose up. It is normal for people to forget. There are certainly people here who know how to use the common language of the myriad races, but there are not many. So please use the common language of the God world. Wu Xiang said indifferently, "The God language created by the ancient gods was used by the 8 elemental worlds. After so many eras, it still has a long history. I never thought that it would be the first to be cut off by the humans who are known as the wisest of all things." The person from the demon world sneered. The original language, the language of the mythological era, was close to non-existence. At the end of the mythological era, the gods jointly created a common language of the myriad races, which was the universal language of the myriad races. The entire 8 elemental worlds used this language, but the 8 elemental worlds had their own history. Language changes were inevitable, except for some places where the universal language of the myriad races was used for daily life and writing. The language of many places had changed countless times. The current universal language of the God world was only enough for everyone in the God world to communicate. My name is Zhuohanhai. This time, I am only here to deliver a letter. The black figure said coldly. With a wave of his hand, he tossed a black scroll to Wu Xiang. The Wu Xiang old man glanced at him indifferently. His withered hand reached out from his sleeve and caught the black scroll. He slowly unfurled it. However, after a single glance, his languid old eyes suddenly turned sharp as he stared coldly at the black figure. It seems like there are still people who can understand the common language of the 10,000 tribes. Not everyone has forgotten it. The black figure smiled faintly and mocked when he saw Lin Feng's reaction. "Is your devil world ready?" Old man Wu Xiang's voice was cold, and his aura suddenly became fierce, causing everyone to be stunned. What's wrong with the old man? Princess Jean was also a little confused. She did not understand why Wu Xiang's temperament had suddenly changed. "You can think of it that way. I am only responsible for delivering the letter," Zhuo Hanhai said indifferently. Wu Xiang narrowed his eyes and looked at him coldly for a long time. Then he laughed coldly and said, "You are an energy body, not your true body." Zhuo Hanhai arrogantly raised his head, declining to comment. He then looked around the room, before finally fixing his gaze on Yun Che as he said in an indifferent voice, "I've already delivered the message. As for how you'll do it, that's up to you. Wu Xiang, read the content." Princess Jean frowned and sent a message down from the 3rd floor. Wu Xiang nodded and did not delay. He read the content of the black scroll. Everyone who heard it showed murderous intent. They stared coldly at the black figure. If it was not for the fact that he was an energy body, someone would have already attacked him. A letter of challenge. "My demon race is amazing." When Yun Nuashing heard this, he was also filled with astonishment. He could not help but let out a long sigh. He had never expected that Zhuo Hanhai had come to deliver a letter of challenge. However, after old man Wu Xiang finished reading it, everyone's expressions changed once again. They did not really want to fight. The people of the demon world needed half of the divine prefecture's northern wilderness. The other half would be divided into the Taiyuan domain and Kuin Yuan domain. This part of the demon world would belong to the demon world. When the time came, the demon world would descend upon the god world, and all races would coexist. Of course, it was impossible to achieve peaceful coexistence. Many grievances between the demon world and the god world had been passed down from generation to generation. The current peace was just a preparation for the next war. Many people realized that the god world would not be peaceful in the future. There would be friction between the human race and the demon race, the human race and the demon race, and even the demon race and the demon race. There would definitely be a bloodbath between the 3 races. At the entrance of the main hall, the younger generation was shocked. There would most likely be a rain of blood in the future. They did not know whether it was a blessing or a curse for them to encounter this era of confrontation between the 3 realms. The star of calamity has descended, and the great era is about to arrive. The successor of God will also appear along with the awakening of the great era. There truly won't be much time for peace in the future. Old Yuan's aged eyes looked at Zhuo Hanhai as he let out a long sigh. At the end of the scroll, it mentioned that the human race occupied too much territory in the god world. If the required areas were divided, they would be able to live in peace. Most people sneered inwardly at this. Peace to hell. They had already issued a letter of challenge. If they really divided half of the northern wilderness and a part of the Taiyuan domain and Kuin Yuan domain, it would be like winning a war to divide the territory. There are no traces of the human race in the northern half of the northern wilderness. Most of it is barren land like mountains. There are not as many underground resources as in the south. Your human race's main city is also in the south. Above that boundary, there are parts of the Taiyuan domain and Kuin Yuan domain, which are also borderlands. There are no human cities. What we want is an insignificant area, Zhuo Hanhai said indifferently. When will the devil world descend? Old man Wu Xiang took a deep breath and slowly withdrew his intimidating aura as he asked in an indifferent voice, Within 10 years. Chapter 580. Within 10 years, the demon world would appear from the void at the border between Taiyuan Domain and Kuin Yuan Domain, as well as the northern wasteland. From then on, the two lands would be connected. However, the demon world was much larger than the divine world. The border would only be a buffer zone, and the entire demon world would not appear. That might happen in the future, but not now. Done. After a long time, Elder Wu Xiang nodded gently, which stunned Zhuohan Hai. Even the expressions of many of the human race experts changed drastically, and they all wanted to speak up. This reply letter. Elder Wu Xiang raised the black scroll high above his head and shouted loudly, which stunned everyone who wanted to speak. The scene fell silent again, and then he continued to shout, "Who will write this reply letter?" Everyone's expressions changed slightly when they heard this, and then they all nodded. The demon world was an important place to write a letter of challenge. Just as Zhuohan Hai said, the human race's territory was very vast, so what if they gave you a small part of it? However, they could not give it to you so easily. Didn't you write a letter? Then we will write a letter in return. This reply letter represented the will of the majority of the human cultivators, because 70% of the major forces of the divine world had come to the Taiyuan Grand Meeting, and more than half of the transcendental forces had also come. Although many people present could not help but want to fight when they heard the news, they also knew that it was not the right time, just as the demon world knew that it was not the right time. They could only maintain this fragile, temporary peace. Mei Mao, the Golden Empress, glanced at the crowd below, and then looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was lying on the wall with both hands looking bored. Mei Mao's eyes flashed, and she seemed to have an idea. "Old man, let me write it." The Golden Crown Princess smiled and shouted at Wu Xiang. Everyone nodded. The Golden Crown Princess had been famous for a long time, so it was appropriate for the Golden Killing God to write it. The latter also nodded and waved his hand, throwing a golden scroll over. After receiving it, the Golden Queen grinned. She waved her hand and shielded the area. Then she rubbed Yun Nuoxing's head and said with a smile, "Little star, write a letter." Huh. Yun Nuoxing wasn't the only one who was dumbfounded. Even the divine kings, the great elders, the Yu family, the mountain monarch, and Lexin were dumbfounded. However, someone as intelligent as Yun Nuoxing seemed to have understood something after being confused for a while. She said, "Sister Jean, you want me to write in the Kanagami language." Kanagami? However, to his surprise, the Golden Empress and the rest were dumbfounded. She blinked at Mei Mao and said in shock, "I want you to write with a god weapon. It will be very impressive. But what's with the Kanagami language? How many things are you hiding from us? You don't know." Yun Nuoxing was even more shocked. Then she quickly covered her mouth and looked at Zian, Yuan Shi, and Yu Xiao with a broken face. "Little Xingxing, this time it really wasn't us who said it. It was you who said it." Seeing Yun Nuoxing's lifeless gaze turn around, Yuan, she let out a bitter laugh and hurriedly waved her hand. Zian and Yu Xiao also hurriedly nodded. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Then she hugged her head in pain and squatted on the ground, wailing, "Ah, I know too many people. I don't even know who is me anymore." Everyone smiled bitterly. "Who asked you to know so many people and keep secrets from everyone? You probably don't even know if you've told anyone." After a while, Yun Nuoxing stood up with a bitter smile. She pinched her face and grabbed her hair. She looked at the Golden Empress and the rest as if she was about to cry. Then she nodded and said, "I know Kanagami." "I thought you knew." After hearing this, everyone's emotions were 100 times more complicated than Yun Nuoxing. Their expressions changed so much that they didn't know what to say. "Little guy, you're really a treasure. I really want to run into your mind and see what you don't know." The Golden Empress gently caressed Yun Nuoxing's face. Her gentle words made him smile bitterly. He casually wrote 2 words that no one could understand. Although they were a little confused, they trusted Yun Nuoxing. At least, she wouldn't joke at this time. Especially when she said it casually, it was more believable. It's true. It's Kanagami. Little White, who was lying on Zian's head, said softly. This made everyone believe it even more. However, they were a little confused. How did she know it was Kanagami? We, the 4 mythological beasts, have been passed down from the mythological era. We died, were sealed, and were reborn again and again. We have lived from that era until now. Even if we lose our memories every time we are reborn, the divinity and divinity that were given to us, as well as all the knowledge, will not disappear with death. That's why we can recognize Kanagami. Foam! Our soft voice made everyone suddenly understand. Yun Nuashing grabbed the Nethervoid sword and the Linghong sword. Then he put the lunar platform and the matrix book together. He clenched his hands, and the 4 weapons slowly merged together. The divine sword that appeared was different from the previous 2 weapons. It looked much lighter and more powerful. However, the only thing they had in common was that both weapons were sheathed in a scabbard that couldn't be pulled out. After the Linghong sword leveled up, it could merge more weapons. However, with Yun Nuashing's current ability, he could only merge 4 weapons. Just maintaining it would consume a lot of his energy. However, this also proved the value of the Linghong sword. It was a divine sword that could encompass everything. It could make the strong stronger. The newly born divine sword was a huge long sword. It was gold and black in color. The runes, symbols, and energy patterns on the surface of the sword were constantly changing. It was very mysterious. Moreover, there was a terrifying cold and strange power emerging from the sword. Clang! Holding the black and golden divine sword, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and opened the golden scroll in front of him. Then he listened to the Golden Queen's words. He suddenly waved the divine sword and used all his strength to carve stroke after stroke on the golden paper. He carved out strange characters. Those were Kanagami characters. They were obscure and difficult to understand. They didn't look like hieroglyphs. After taking a deep breath, Yun Nuashing felt that the energy in his body was disappearing at a terrifying speed. He could not bear it any longer. He clenched his teeth and his entire body began to spin like a windmill. Relying on inertia, he carved out strokes after strokes and wrote down words one after another. If this letter is completed, I'm afraid it will be ranked as one of the most expensive letters. Everyone looked at Yun Nuashing, strenuously writing the Kanagami characters. Sweat dripped from his forehead like rain. They were all a little embarrassed. Clang! Suddenly their vision turned black and the divine sword slipped out of their hands. Yun Nuashing also staggered 2 steps and squatted down. Everyone was stunned. They hurriedly ran over. However, they saw that his handsome face was pale. His rapid heartbeat was like heavy raindrops falling on a drum. It was ringing nonstop. I'm exhausted. Seeing everyone's worried expressions, Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and waved his hand. The energy talismans between his eyebrows exploded and turned into a sea of star energy that surged into his body. His exhausted body was completely recovered in an instant. His colorful eyes paused. He grabbed the divine sword and waved it like the wind again. Halfway through writing, Yun Nuashing was suddenly stunned. His hands stopped moving. Princess Jean also looked at him in astonishment. Then she heard him say, "Can we remove the part in the Taiyuan region?" "What's wrong?" Princess Jean raised her eyebrows and asked. "There's a very, very powerful thing in that place. Anyway, I can't touch it right now. However, I don't really want others to touch it either." Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. After he discovered it, he quickly admitted that he was a little greedy. "What is it?" Hearing this, everyone hurriedly asked, "I won't tell you, I won't tell you." Yun Nuashing shook his head vigorously. "Then write with all your might." Princess Jean sighed. She looked as if there was no room for discussion. Yun Nuashing was so anxious that he was about to cry. However, in the end, he still told them about the red lotus hellfire that Z had told him. Then the air froze, We'll talk about this later. For now, no one can touch it. If that thing really exists, let alone here, it can even be felt in the corners of the Ganyuan region. Therefore, it probably hasn't appeared yet. If there's news in the future, we'll bring you there." Princess Jean waved her hand, then urged him to write the letter. After a long time, after Yun Nuashing had exploded more than 100 energy talismans and soul talismans, he finally finished writing the letter written with a godly sword. It was probably the first time in history that he had written something like this. After he was done, Yun Nuashing lay half dead in Xian's arms. Lan Xian jumped out from between his eyebrows and read the letter with Feng, and White Tiger. After a long time, they finally finished reading the letter. They silently raised their heads and looked at Princess Jean. They smiled bitterly and said, "You're trying to anger the demon race to death." "I don't know what you're talking about." Hearing this, Princess Jean giggled. Her jade-like hands kept swaying as if she was about to dance. This made everyone speechless. Everyone in the hall saw that Princess Jean had taken the scroll and sealed the space. Now they were waiting quietly. They were a little anxious, but since Elder Wuxiang had agreed to let her write it, there shouldn't be any big problems. After all, the 9 Deity Temple was one of the guardian forces of the God Realm. They didn't want to see the God Realm being invaded by the demon world. After waiting for a long time, Zhuohanhai grew impatient. Just as he was about to ask, the space barrier dissipated, and the Golden Empress appeared in front of everyone's eyes. She looked at the crowd below and smiled gently. She rolled up the golden paper in her hand and threw it to old man Wuxiang. The latter caught the scroll and unfolded it. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He hurriedly sent a message to the former. "What is this?" "Don't worry, old man. There won't be any problems. It just depends on whether the people of the demon clan can understand it. This is a letter that transcends time. It can be said to be unprecedented." Princess Jean sent a message and laughed loudly. Elder Wuxiang looked at the letter doubtfully. Although he couldn't understand it, the extremely terrifying aura it contained made his expression turn serious. Moreover, it didn't look like it was written randomly. He reluctantly felt relieved. He rolled it up and threw it to Zhuohanhai. After waiting for nearly half an hour for a reply, Zhuohanhai received it. Although he wanted to open it and read it, he didn't do so abruptly. He was just a messenger and didn't have the right to open the reply letter. After hearing that the Taiyuan Grand Gathering is being held in Starfall City, the sovereign king of my clan ordered me to deliver the letter that inherited the majority of the will of the demon world. If this is the will of the human clan, I will solemnly present it to the sovereign king of my clan and have it spread throughout the entire demon world. Shui Hanhai's black figure solemnly put away the golden scroll and nodded. After receiving the reply letter, Zhuohanhai didn't stay for long. He looked around one last time before leaving. However, he left behind a heavy atmosphere in the hall. The days ahead won't be peaceful. Even now, people of the demon clan have appeared. Guardian forces present. This heavy burden can't be shouldered by all of you. As part of the human clan, if you can help a little, please help a little. The Taiyuan Grand Gathering this time is being held in advance, according to the predictions of the celestial masters of the cult. The Grand Gathering will last for 3 more days. If everyone wants to stay, then continue to play. I hope to see everyone participating in the next Grand Gathering. Elder Wuxiang's faint voice fell, causing many people to clench their fists. 10 years. At this moment, at the beginning of the 139th era, this entire era might not be peaceful. Chapter 581. After Elder Wuxiang said those words, he disappeared from where he stood. The experts from the superpowers sat quietly for a long time, as if they were sorting out their complicated emotions. It was only after a quarter of an hour that some people started to leave. It was time for them to go back and deal with the matters of their superpowers. Within 10 years, the demon world would descend upon the God world. This would be a huge event that would be recorded in the history of the God world. It was enough to turn the God world upside down. What did you write in the letter? Elder Wu Xiang, who had left, ran to the third floor and looked at the Golden Queen helplessly. The letter was written in a very ancient language. He could not understand it, so he could only ask the person who wrote it. Nothing much. To put it simply, it's to tell those little devils not to be too presumptuous. The Golden Queen spread out her hands and smiled. Feng Er and Whitey exchanged looks. Then both of them shut their mouths. Although that was the meaning of the letter, if they read it correctly, the one who read the letter would be so infuriated that he or she would vomit blood on the spot. Anyway, it was more likely that he or she wouldn't be able to understand the letter. Forget it, forget it. I'm not going to argue with you. Elder Wu Xiang rolled his eyes and slowly glanced at everyone in front of him. He then sighed softly and said, "The 9 shrine moved to the northern wilderness. Was it because they were the first to know that the door to the demon world would open in the northern wilderness? No. At that time, because Little Star came back, the first one to enter was the Fire God Temple. Therefore, we all moved our positions." The Golden Queen shook her head. "Well, since we're in the northern wilderness, we'll have to trouble you in the future. We'll help you, but our forces are too scattered and we've always been in seclusion. We may not be as useful as the 9 divine temples." Elder Wu Xiang sighed. It's okay as long as you're sincere. Of course, you should at least send a large team of high-level gods over. Although the 9 gods temple has a lot of people, it's impossible for one person to fight against the entire devil world. If they suddenly attack and no one helps, we will be in trouble. The Golden Queen waved her hand. Don't worry about that. I will send people over. Old man Wu Xiang nodded. He also knew how difficult it was to guard a conflict zone. Moreover, this was an entrance that concerned the safety of the God realm. He would definitely guard it well. What about the other guardian forces? The great elder of the Fire God Shrine also asked. This was a battle of attrition. Although the 9 divine palaces were powerful, they alone were not enough. At the mention of this, Elder Wu Xiang furrowed his brows. He seemed to be troubled, which made Empress Jean and the others feel uneasy. After a while, he said, "Protectors? Sigh. 2 of them have left, so there aren't many protectors left. It's getting harder and harder to endure these years of war. We have to think of a way to get everyone to protect the realm of the gods together. How long can we last with just a dozen protectors?" "Quit?" The Golden Princess frowned. "Yes, don't blame them. They've been guarding the god realm for a long time and have always been unwilling to enter the world. They also need to completely isolate themselves for a period of time to recover. A few years ago, I went to see them for the last time. After I came out, they were completely isolated. In the future, we probably won't see them for millions of years." Elder Wu Xiang sighed heavily. There was no benefit to being a guardian force. When something big happened, they would be the ones to take the lead and clean up the mess. "Liuli, can you contact that person or someone from the Liuli Divine Court?" Elder Wu Xiang rubbed his sleeves and looked at the Empress with his old eyes. "It's difficult. I really haven't seen Master. It's been a few eras, and even the gods have turned to ashes. There are only about 50 people in the Liuli Divine Court, and they only have a weak connection with each other. If we get close, we will know. But if we want to find her, I'm afraid only the High Priestess can find her. As for her..." At this point, the Empress couldn't help but sigh and cover her face. She felt helpless when talking about that person. Back then, she had secretly cursed that it would be best not to see her in this life. Seeing her like this, Elder Wu Xiang also understood. Even if he knew, he could only sigh. "I'll go and contact my old friends and the Guardian Forces. I'll leave the Northern Barren Territory to you." Wu Xiang let out a long sigh and nodded at the crowd. Then he looked at Yin Nuashing and smiled kindly. "Haha, but the real thing is still you kids. The future belongs to you. Now, we old guys can still hold on. Before we can't, You guys should grow up as fast as you can. After that, he didn't wait for Yun Nuashing to reply. His body slowly became illusory and finally disappeared. Yun Nuashing stared at him. What did this have to do with him? After old man Wu Xiang disappeared, a black fog suddenly appeared in front of them. The black fog disappeared as soon as it appeared, and a little girl who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old flew towards planet Yun Nua. She was like a white ghost that appeared out of nowhere. Brother Yin! That crisp voice stunned everyone. Then they saw a petite figure lying on Yun Nuashing's back. Her soft arms wrapped around Yun Nuashing's neck like a snake. Her delicate nose was still close to Yun Nuashing's neck. She inhaled with all her might, as if she had smelled an alluring fragrance that made her unable to stop. Big brother! Who is she? Before anyone could react, Qin Yu's pretty face darkened. She could accept she calling Yun Nuashing brother Yun Nuashing, because she had heard Yun Nuashing talk about this little girl before. She was also very cute. She also knew that there was a little sister and a little sister who were sleeping in the Nine Deities' palace. She knew everything. However, where did this little girl who she had never heard of come from? Moreover, this little girl's appearance was actually comparable to hers, and she even called him Brother Yin so intimately. This made her unhappy all of a sudden. Yun Nuashing laughed bitterly. He rubbed Little Moon's little head with his palm. When he saw her puffed-up cheeks, he felt even more helpless. He hurriedly removed the little mischievous girl from his neck. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, why are you here? I came a long time ago, but that old man was too fierce. I didn't dare to come over, so I came after he left. Yu'er hugged Yun Nuashing's arm and giggled. She even leaned her face close to Yun Nuashing's sleeve and sniffed with all her might. Everyone had a strange expression when they saw the scene. Where are your father and the others? Those dozens of strange gazes made Yun Nuashing smile bitterly. They left. They went home. I snuck out. While the old man was asleep, I instilled a memory into him that I had already gone back. Then they went back with peace of mind. Yuta giggled as she hugged Yun Nuashing's arm and shook it. A mischievous look flashed across Mei Mao's eyes. Yun Nuashing's face darkened. She even brought this matter to her father. This little ancestor was indeed hard to please. Why don't you go back? Yun Nuashing asked helplessly. I'm not going back. If I go back, I'll be fed some disgusting mud. I'll also be locked up in a small black room. The sky there is always black. There are no two large glowing objects to light up the sky. There are also no bumpy balls hanging in the sky at night. I'm not going back. I'm not going back. I want to go back with Big Brother Yin. At the mention of this, Yu'er's little face fell. Her muttering voice made everyone's expression turn slightly serious. Little star, where is she from? Princess Jean asked directly. Yu'er is from the demon world. Yun Nuashing's bitter laughter caused the air to freeze again. Seeing that Princess Jean and the others' faces darkened slightly, Yun Nuashing's expression also changed slightly. He hurriedly pulled Yu'er behind him and said nervously, Sister Jean, the hatred of one generation is another generation. Yu'er is only 22 years old. It has nothing to do with her. Princess Jean was stunned when she heard this. More black lines appeared on her forehead. She raised her jade-like hand and gave him a knock on the head. She said, coquettishly, Am I such an unreasonable person? I'm just curious. How did you manage to kidnap a little girl from the demon world? I met her by chance the day before yesterday. It was a coincidence. Yun Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief and shrugged his shoulders. Then he turned around and lowered his head to look at Yu'er. She was blinking her beautiful and mischievous Mei Mao at him. When she saw him looking over, she also smiled, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Brother Yin, can I suck your blood? Suddenly, Yu'er said something that was extremely baffling, causing everyone to be stunned. They all looked at this mischievous girl with a strange expression. They really wanted to say, "Are you a vampire? You actually want to suck blood?" Why? Yun Nuashing did not know whether to laugh or cry. Brother Yun's body smells so good. Yor was just thinking, Brother Yun's blood must be very fragrant. Can I suck a mouthful of it? You smiled innocently, causing everyone to be a little more vigilant. However, looking at her innocent and flawless smile, they frowned slightly. You're not thinking of sucking Little Star dry, are you? Could it be that the demon race sent you to deal with Little Star? The Golden Queen's red lips parted slightly, and she almost blurted out the sentence. The reason why she stopped was because she saw that you was only looking at Yun Nuashing expectantly. She did not make any sudden movements. Do members of the demon race also need to suck blood? Yun Nuashing asked calmly as she rubbed Yuer's head. Yuer hurriedly shook her head. Then, under everyone's astonished gaze, she nodded and said, I heard that some races need to suck blood to cultivate. However, our family members do not need to do so because we cultivate the most orthodox demon arts. Yuer was just smelled the fragrance from Brother Yun's body. I was a little bit tempted to take a bite. Yuer was a little bashful as she spoke. She seemed to be a little embarrassed as her beautiful face turned slightly red. However, Little Moon was extremely worried. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuashing anxiously, as if she wanted him to reject her and send this strange girl away. Yuer, what race are you from? Where are your father and the rest? Several gazes shot over from behind, causing Yun Nuashing to shiver. She smiled bitterly and asked patiently, Ancient Demon God Clan. It is said that our family is ranked second in the entire demon world. Yuer's grandfather, Jiyu Chuan, is the patriarch of the ancient demon god clan. Yuer's father, Ji Qingtian, is ranked in the top 10 of the demon world's powerhouse ranking. PFFF. Yuer seemed to be very happy when she said this. However, everyone suddenly spat out a mouthful of water. This seemed to be a little bad. They actually managed to kidnap the little princess of the demon world's second-ranked transcendental force. Wow! Quickly send her away. Don't wait for her grandfather to come and kill us. Causing trouble, brother. Why did you kidnap a little loli with a terrifying background? You perverted lolicon. You are the perverted lolicon. Your entire body is filled with a perverted aura. Do you believe that I will beat you to death? Yun Nuashing roared. Everyone smiled bitterly. Before they could decide what to do, they saw Yuer quickly hugging Yun Nuashing's arm tightly. She carefully looked at Empress Jean and the others and muttered, Sister, don't send me away. I am very obedient. I don't make a fuss, jump, or be naughty. I just miss the smell on Brother Yun's body. Grandpa doesn't know that I ran out, okay? Yun Nuashing's face darkened. You are making a fuss, jumping, and being naughty. You have already turned the family upside down. And you still say that you are obedient? You are a living little ancestor who is very difficult to please, seeing her pitiful appearance. Everyone was a little at a loss. Therefore, they all threw the responsibility to Yun Nuashing and transmitted their voices. Stinky brat, you created the hole yourself. Fix it yourself. I know. I am just thinking about it. Yun Nuashing's face twitched. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Pain. Suddenly, Yun Nuashing frowned and let out a soft groan, causing everyone to be stunned. They hurriedly turned their gazes and saw that I was holding the former's palm with both her hands. Her small mouth was gently biting his index finger, and a stream of mixed golden red blood slowly flowed out from Yuer's small mouth. She was even hurriedly sucking on it, and her delicate small tongue licked the tip of his finger. That soft touch caused Yun Nuashing's heart to tremble slightly, and a crimson blush involuntarily surfaced on his handsome face. You seem to be enjoying it. Should we leave for a while? Seeing that Yun Nuashing was actually blushing, Empress Jean and the others had strange expressions on their faces, as they said with a smile that was not a smile. Ziyan and the others also had strange smiles on their faces as they gently turned around and did not forget to say, "Little Xingxing is in pain and happy at the same time." As for Little Moon, she was already infuriated to the point she was on the verge of exploding. Her jet black hair fluttered with rage, and her beautiful eyes glared fiercely at you, while her silver teeth creaked from the friction between them, causing everyone to be unable to help but break out in cold sweat. This little girl wishes for nothing more than to directly eat you, or alive. No, let me explain. Yun Nuashing was on the verge of tears. Go explain it to a ghost. Everyone roared. Chapter 582. It was a grand event. Countless experts had come with high hopes, but they returned with heavy hearts. The first thing many people from powerful forces did after returning was to relocate their businesses in the northern wilderness. Although they hadn't decided where to put them, it was better to do so first. There were many forces that were different from those that had moved out of the Divine Sky City. After the Taiyuan Grand Event, they even sent many experts to guard the Divine Sky City and set up many arrays to strengthen the defense of the Divine Sky City. After the Taiyuan Grand Event, the Golden Queen and the others also planned to return to the 9 deity temples. This time, they took some of the core forces of the 9 deity temples with them. However, they had all promised to bring Yun Nuashing to the northern part of the Taiyuan domain to search for the Void Fire. They would also bring him to the Snow Goddess sect to take a look. Therefore, they didn't return. They only sent the message to the various temple masters. In the end, they received a lot of complaints. Everyone was speechless. You 9 temple masters just look at the rising sun, the blazing sun, and the setting sun every day. You cultivate every day. It's rare for you to take care of something. Can't you be more proactive? Why don't you all come back? We'll bring the little deity for a walk. Yes. I haven't taken care of anything in the temple for hundreds of millions of years. You're asking me to take care of something. You're asking too much. I don't even know many people. Asking too much. Asking too much. Usually, these things are done by the great elder. I won't do it. Let's change positions. We'll also go out and take a breather. We'll bring Little Star to subdue the divine flame and the Snow Goddess sect. What's our slogan? Make trouble. Make trouble. Make trouble. What's the hardest decision in the world? What's for breakfast? What's for lunch? What's for dinner? The 9 palace masters were chattering away like old urchins, making the Golden Queen and the others speechless. How old were they? They had lived for more than 2 eras, and yet they were still children. Could he be more mature? Yun Nuashing and the others couldn't help but admire them. These 9 temple masters had achieved great merit and had regained their youthful appearance. They looked like youths, but they couldn't be any younger. They were more than 2 eras old, but they still looked like young people. Moreover, this process of regaining their youthful appearance was too thorough. Even their temperaments had returned. Seeing that Empress Jean was about to go berserk, Yun Nuashing hurriedly carried her down. She couldn't help but laugh bitterly in her heart. Other powers would probably have the Hall Elder in charge, but this 9 deity temple was different. The Great Elder was in charge of the Hall Master. This group of big kids, this old man is also at my wit's end. Little divine child, go and persuade them. When the Great Elder of the Fire God Shrine saw the appearance of the Hall Master and the others, he also lost his temper. Their Hall Master was usually a little better, but once the 9 of them gathered together, the result would be eating, drinking, and watching the sun, each more lively than the other. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. Even Big Sister Jean couldn't deal with these 9 old urchins, so how could he? Looking at the 9 images, Yun Nuashing was a little doubtful of life. However, after hesitating for a while, he still rubbed his head and stood in front of the few images. He called out awkwardly, "Senior, I—" Suddenly, the The 9 of them responded in unison and instantly quieted down. This gave Yin Nuashing a fright, but she still forcefully encouraged herself. She clasped her hands together as if she was praying. She smiled sweetly and said, "Big sisters, big brothers, please take care of the 9 deity temple." All right. To everyone's surprise, the 9 hall masters all agreed at once. This made Yun Nuashing's jaw drop. Everyone was also a little speechless. "Little divine child, come back early. Big sister will bring you to eat the god's feast. Big brother will refine equipment for you. I will bring you around the southern ice world to see the Sky Curtain Peak." After agreeing, the 9 hall masters took turns to repeat the same thing, making Yin Nuashing smile bitterly and quickly agree. Then the 9 of them turned around and left in satisfaction. Everyone, I can see it now. Only Little Star can deal with these 9 clowns. Princess Jean sat on the sofa with a face full of anger. Her arms were crossed in front of her chest, and her soft legs were crossed. That posture was as seductive as it could be. But this goddess temper didn't seem to be very good. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly as he shook his head. He also knew that this was not only because he was the descendant of the mysterious chief hall master, but also because the hall masters liked his talent. It could even be said that they liked him as a person. That was why they pampered him so much. Just like Empress Jean and the others, when he occasionally made a request that was a little excessive, they would fulfill it. Even when he was captured, dozens of Emperor God experts jumped out and ran over to save him while shouting that the heavens were overturned. After chatting and sitting down on the sofa, Yun Nuashing suddenly realized that the Fire God Shrine's great elder and Soul Blade were looking at him with shining eyes, making him shiver. He asked weakly, "What's wrong?" The 2 of them looked at each other and sat on the sofa with their elbows on their legs and their hands crossed. They looked at Yun Nuashing with a serious expression and said, "Little brother, we want to invite you to release some of your blood." Yun Nuashing was stunned. Almost reflexively, he hid his hands in his sleeves. His face was slightly pale, and his body moved all the way back to Princess Jin's side. He even bumped into her and said with a trembling voice, "What do you want to do?" "Refine medicine," the 2 of them said seriously. I had just bitten Yin Nuashing's finger and released the red and gold blood. It contained a very strong power and life force. Everyone present felt it. "You have a god spirit blood pulse," Princess Jean softly said. "It contains the memory fragments of an ancient god spirit. That is why you can write in God's language. I think your family's god spirit blood pulse is passed down from an ancient god spirit. This blood has been passed down for dozens or hundreds of generations. In the end, it was passed down to you and did not lose its power. This ancient god spirit's power must have reached a very scary level. How are the levels of the post-god tiers divided?" Yun Nuashing frowned. God spirit was a general term for all the post-god elites. He was not clear about some of the divisions. It was said that one could be called a sky god after crossing 4 levels. About that, we will tell you when you come into contact with them. It is pointless to tell you now. Princess Jean waved her hand. She did not explain the post-god tiers to him. Yun Nuashing was helpless. Seeing the green light in Soul Blade's and Soul Blade's eyes, he shuddered slightly and clenched his fists. After a long while, he sighed and nodded with a bitter smile. His finger suddenly slid across his wrist. A golden red blood mark quickly appeared and turned into a small stream. It flowed down his palm and dripped in the air. Drops of blood condensed together. The red and gold blood condensed in the air. A very strong life force and a strange energy wave slowly spread out. That power made everyone's faces freeze. There was a feeling of desire in their souls. Who had just had her fill, could not help but drool. Mei Mao stared at the ball of red and gold blood that was growing bigger. She wanted to pass by Mei Mao. Okay. That's enough. Princess Jean saw his pale face. Mei Mao's heart ached. She held his wrist and pressed on the wound. The blood stopped flowing. The last drop of blood flowed down his finger and fell into the ball of blood. It condensed into a ball of blood the size of a fist. It was rich with life force and even had a sweet smell. Yun Nuashing's eyelids drooped. His right hand gently rubbed his left hand, which was a little cold from excessive bleeding. He lifted his pale face and smiled at everyone. Soul Knife and Soul Knife quickly used a high-quality jade bottle to keep the ball of blood. Then they looked at Yun Nuashing and nodded. "Don't worry. We will not treat your contribution unfairly." Yun Nuashing shrugged and stretched. He let out a long yawn. His eyelids trembled as if he was about to fall asleep. Zian and the other three saw this and quickly walked over. But before they could sit down, Yun Nuashing suddenly opened his eyes wide. He said in shock, "I still have to go somewhere." "Where?" Everyone was stunned. "Ju Yuan Pavilion," Yun Nuashing replied softly. He thought of the woman who was glowing with white light. She was as pure as the fairy of the 9 heavens, but she had the aura of a great demon. The two of them had been playing chess the last time they met. "If you have time in the future, play chess with me." That indifferent voice seemed to linger in Yun Nuashing's heart. Every time he thought of it, his heart would skip a beat. Who exactly was that woman who was like a demon and a saint? Even when he thought of it now, he still felt shocked. The pressure that the figure gave him seemed to have penetrated 10 years of time and affected him now. She said that she would play chess with him when she had time. This was only the second time he had seen Ju Yuan Mountain Villa. There should be a Ju Yuan Pavilion here as well, Yun Nuashing said and moved, walking directly out of the hall. Everyone hurriedly followed at the side. This guy had just finished bleeding, but he didn't even rest quietly. The Ju Yuan Pavilion in Starfall City was no different from Yun Nuashing's impression. It was just that there were no 8 long corridors outside the small island in the middle of the lake. There was only a long wooden bridge that extended to the small island. But there was still a faint woody fragrance here. It was very pleasant. Yun Nuashing looked at the lake with some extravagant hope. Now that the event had ended, most of the experts had left. Less than 20% of the people were still here to enjoy the immortal banquet. However, there was no one at the Ju Yuan Lake. It was as if no one was paying attention to this place. "We won't go up. You can go by yourself. Be careful." Empress Jean patted his back and said softly. She had heard about the Ju Yuan Pavilion from Jean Jinwang. Yun Nuashing seemed to be the only person who could go up to the Ju Yuan Pavilion this time. Yun Nuashing nodded and walked towards the small island in the Ju Yuan Lake. His footsteps made creaking sounds on the wooden bridge. This time, when he stepped on the wooden bridge and the small mountain, he didn't have the same reaction as when he stepped on the small island in the middle of the lake. There was no power peeking into his memory. This made him feel slightly relieved. The small mountain was very quiet. There was no sound at all. Strange flowers and shrubs were planted along the winding path of the small mountain. Accompanied by the strange woody fragrance, Yun Nuashing walked very slowly. However, the small mountain wasn't very high. After a while, he stood halfway up the mountain. He looked at the small pavilion at the top of the mountain and felt inexplicably nervous. He turned around and saw Zian and the others looking forward to him. They seemed to be waving their hands to cheer him on. This made him chuckle. He turned around and strode towards the Ju Yuan Pavilion. The appearance of the Ju Yuan Pavilion was exactly the same as in his memory. It was as if it was printed from the same mold, except that there was no 9-step staircase. The winding mountain path led straight to the Ju Yuan Pavilion. After turning a corner, his gaze was fixed on the Ju Yuan Pavilion. He crossed a fence and landed on the stone bench. However, he did not see that godlike figure. Yun Nuashing could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He was so nervous in his heart, as if he was afraid to see that figure. standing in front of the Ju Yuan pavilion, looking at the 2 stone benches and the stone table with a chessboard on it. Those memories came to his mind. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Speaking of that chess game, it was really unbearable. It was a moonless and windy night. He was pressed against the chessboard by a goddess and rubbed against it hundreds of times. How tragic! Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. Looking at the Ju Yuan pavilion in front of him, he took a deep breath and stepped into the pavilion. "You're here!" A pleasant voice suddenly sounded behind him. It was gentle but emotionless. There was a hint of mechanical coldness, but there was also a special charm. However, when he heard this voice, Yun Nuashing's body suddenly stiffened. His handsome face turned slightly pale. Chapter 583. The faint fog appeared abruptly and without any warning, as though it had seeped out from the void. It quickly enveloped the small island in the heart-gathering lake. The dense fog gave people the illusion that it was far away, but right in front of their eyes, as though it was a fairy island. The Golden Empress and the others who were watching from the lakeside were slightly taken aback. However, they seemed to have experience in this area and weren't too surprised. In terms of surprise, Yun Nuashing, who had disappeared into the fog, was even more astonished. His astonishment stemmed from the beautiful figure emitting a faint white light behind him. Gulp! Yun Nuashing couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He slowly and stiffly turned his head. After turning 360 degrees for half a minute, he saw the beautiful figure staring straight at him with a pair of beautiful and calm eyes. Now that his cultivation had reached the demon rank, he could feel the strange aura of this beautiful figure. She was both a saint and a demon. She looked as perfect and inviolable as a fairy, but she emitted an extremely terrifying demonic aura, as though she was a great demon. "Let's play chess." The girl's red lips parted slightly as she said the 2 words that made Yun Nuashing collapse. Her jade-like hand even tapped on the stone table in front of her. Yun Nuashing scratched his head in distress. He still vaguely remembered that time when he lost 26 consecutive games of chess, to the point that he cried. "It's fine. My attainments in arrays are much higher than before. As the saying goes, playing chess is like setting up arrays. This time I should be able to. I shouldn't lose so badly. Let's set a small goal and win 1 game first." Yun Nuashing encouraged himself in his heart. "All right." Yun Nuashing nodded and sat down on the stone stool opposite the woman with a strong fighting spirit. His fingers reached into the chess box with a clatter. The girl, Mei Mao, had been staring at him the entire time. When she saw him like this, she remained calm and indifferent. Just like last time, she placed a white chess piece on the chessboard without any explanation. After about 10 minutes, Yun Nuashing's face twitched, and sweat kept rolling down her forehead. She looked speechlessly and helplessly at the chessboard that was 2/3 occupied by white pieces, and the shadow in her heart appeared again. Yun Nuashing raised his head and looked at that flawless face. He saw that she was still quietly looking at him without saying a word. Even when they were playing chess, her bright Mei Mao didn't move away from his face. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Can you let me play for a while?" The girl stared straight at him. Mei Mao was a little hollow. She didn't say anything and didn't even seem to be breathing. She was like a jade sculpture, frozen in place. Yun Nuashing was also in a daze. He stared straight into the eyes of the Mei Mao. At this moment, his body and mind became extremely calm and ethereal. Unknowingly, he let go of the messy thoughts in his mind. Ta! The crisp sound rang out again. The chessboard that was full of chess pieces was unknowingly cleared. The girl held a white chess piece in her hand and placed it on the chessboard. Yun Nuashing also fished out a black chess piece from the chess box. However, his colorful eyes were tightly glued to the beautiful Mei Mao. He didn't look away. He didn't even look at the chessboard. He just casually placed the black chess piece beside the white chess piece. In the pavilion, the crisp ticking sound rang out again. One chess piece after another was casually placed on the chessboard. However, this time, the two of them looked straight at each other and didn't look at the chessboard after a long time. Yun Nuashing looked away with a pitiful smile. He looked at the chessboard that was mostly occupied by white chess pieces. Although it was slightly better than the previous game, it was still a crushing defeat. Again. Later, I want to make the first move in this game. Ugh. Damn it, I made the wrong move. No, no, no. Stop. You can't make the move there. Ah. The calmness Yun Nuashing had when he played chess was equal to the dejection he felt after the game. The girl's every move was ruthless. He didn't have the strength to fight back at all. He could only retreat again and again. His face kept turning pale until it was almost transparent. After feeling that a long time had passed, Yun Nuashing twisted his stiff neck and looked at the mountain range outside the pavilion. The sky was still blue and white. A few clouds were drifting peacefully. Looking at the oddly shaped clouds, Yun Nuashing felt that they were mocking him. When he came back to his senses, he lowered his head to look at the chessboard. He suddenly realized that he had made a wrong move. He was shocked. Coincidentally, the girl also aimed at that point. She picked up a white chess piece and was about to place it on that fatal move. Wait, Yun Nuashing was so scared that his face turned pale. He hurriedly reached out and grabbed the girl's wrist. He looked nervously at the bright Mei Mao. A drop of sweat flowed from his forehead to his chin. The girl looked at him calmly. There was an unquestionable expression on her face. Her hand moved slightly. Yun Nuashing used all his strength, but he couldn't even control her hand. No. Sister Goddess. Sister Fairy. Sister Fairy. Please don't. Stop, stop. Yun Nuashing was scared out of his wits by the white chess pieces that kept getting closer to the chessboard. He immediately started babbling nonsense. He had lost 48 F** king games in a row. This time, there was finally a sign that he was going to win. Could she let him win one game? It seemed that his strange words had an effect. The girl's hand trembled slightly, and she actually stopped. Mei Mao had a strange expression on her face for the first time. Seeing that she had stopped, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. The white chess piece was less than an inch away from the chessboard. Mei Mao stared straight at Yun Nuashing. Her willowy eyebrows curved slightly, as if she was hesitating. After a long while, she actually moved the white chess piece. Just as she was about to place it in an insignificant corner, Yun Nuashing pressed her hand again, causing her willowy eyebrows to tremble slightly again. Yun Nuashing laughed bitterly. He moved her hand back and placed it in the position she had originally planned to place it. Then he pressed the white chess piece down. He smiled bitterly and said, "Thinking about it, it doesn't seem very interesting if we win like this. Forget it." Mei Mao blinked slightly. There seemed to be a flash of emotion in her eyes. However, Yun Nuashing couldn't see it clearly. He only felt that Mei Mao's eyes flickered for a moment. "Let's set a small goal first. Don't cry." Yun Nuashing placed his hand on his chest and laughed bitterly in his heart. It was already the 48th game. If he continued to lose, he would definitely cry. The girl waved her hand gently and the chessboard changed. Mei Mao stared straight at Yun Nuashing. Then she made a move first. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. He could only nod and continue to follow. The sky gradually darkened. In this place where the sun couldn't be seen, a faint yellow color gradually appeared on the horizon. A brilliant fireball was burning and sinking, driving away the dense fog here. In the sky, 2 round moons quietly appeared. The cold moonlight and the scorching sunlight faced each other, turning the entire world into 2 scenes. The 2 types of radiance poured out a strange light screen that spread across the sky. It was incomparably brilliant. In the small pavilion, Yun Nuashing turned his stiff neck and looked at the slowly sinking fireball. His eyes were misty, and there was a wisp of mist covering his eyes. The mist kept condensing, and he actually really cried, "I'm not playing anymore, I'm not playing anymore. You're bullying me. You're bullying me again." Yun Nuashing burst into tears. He pushed the chessboard away with both hands and lay on the stone table, crying silently. This was too much of a bully. There were a total of 100 games and 3 different types of chess, but he didn't win a single game. It could be said that the more heroic he was at the beginning, the more devastated he was at the end. He lost so much that his nose was sore. In the end, he couldn't hold back his tears. Seeing that he was still acting like a child like last time, Mei Mao still indifferently stuck to him. Her eyelids drooped slightly, and her lily-white hands put away the chessboard on the stone table. Then, she placed a pot of tea on the table. The fragrance of the tea was dense. She then took out 2 cups and filled them. She gently pushed 1 cup in front of Yun Nuoxing and took the other cup for herself. She took a sip and said, "Idiot." Bam! Yun Nuoxing suddenly slammed the table and jumped up. His eyes were red as he stared at the girl. He grabbed the cup on the table and didn't care that the tea was still hot. He raised his head and drank it in 1 gulp. Then he shouted softly, "Yes, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Why are you bullying an idiot like me?" After shouting, Yun Nuoxing froze. He quickly lowered his head and said softly, "I'm sorry. I lost my composure." After saying that, he laughed bitterly in his heart. All his years of self-restraint had been completely wasted today. Just a game of chess could make his state of mind collapse. It seemed like he was still too childish. "You're not playing anymore?" The girl took a sip of tea and said indifferently, "You're still playing after losing all 100 games? Are you trying to force me to jump down from here?" Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched wildly. He looked at her with a face full of fear. He sighed softly and shook his head, saying, "I'm not playing anymore. I'm tired." After saying that, he stretched his body. His entire body crackled as if a switch had been turned on. He couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the sky that was gradually being eroded by the darkness of the night. Unknowingly, he had played for an entire day. His entire body was stiff. He didn't know if Princess Jean and the rest were worried about him. The girl nodded her chin and slowly stood up. Her long black hair and dress that dragged on the floor like a cloud also slowly stretched out. However, even when the girl stood up completely, a large part of her long hair and dress still dragged on the floor. Her white, jade-like hands fell into the wide, long sleeves of her robe. Her entire body was wrapped up in a pink dress, leaving only her flawless, beautiful face exposed. The girl's pitch-black, Mei Mao glanced at Yun Nuoxing. She walked past him with light steps and even tugged at his sleeve. Then she walked out of the gazebo. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He watched as she walked towards the mountain path outside the gazebo. He turned back to look at the stone table. The chessboard had already disappeared. He turned back again. The girl was standing in the distance and looking back at him. Her Mei Mao was glowing slightly, as if she wanted to say something. Seeing her like this, Yun Nuoxing scratched his head and sighed slightly. He also gently lifted his feet and walked towards her. The girl only turned back when he reached her side. She stared blankly at the flat mountain path under her feet. After a long while, she lifted her feet and took a step. She looked like a puppet that lacked intelligence. Her movements were a little stiff. Yun Nuoxing frowned slightly. However, he quickly relaxed. He turned his head to look at her and asked softly, "What's your name?" However, the girl didn't answer him. She was like a fine sculpture, a perfect piece of art that lacked vitality. Yun Nuoxing was unwilling to give up and asked a few more times. However, she didn't answer him. He could only sigh helplessly. Finally, he asked casually, "Where are we going?" "To look at the moon." To his surprise, the girl finally spoke. She seemed to be a woman of few words. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He turned his head, strangely. To look at the moon? All right, the moon was almost at the top of the sky. The galaxy had appeared and the sun had completely set. It was a good time to look at the moon. Yun Nuoxing casually looked around. He remembered that she said this place was Mount Wanlong. As for the mountain peak they were on, no, it was the mountain peak where the gazebo was located. It was called Dragon Head Peak. They didn't know when they walked out of that mountain peak and were now walking on a very flat mountain ridge. Yun Nuashing turned his head and could see a mountain peak not far away. A gazebo stood alone on the mountain peak. This mountain ridge stretched across the front of the mountain peak. Not far in front of them, there was a man-made high platform. There was also a huge star stone erected there that sparkled with starlight. Chapter 584. The high platform was made from a huge star stone. Standing on it and looking down, it was as if he was standing in the star field. The surrounding starlight was twinkling, and the aura of the stars was constantly spreading out. It was as if he was really standing in the star field. Looking up, facing the purple moonlight, the thousands of galaxies that illuminated the sky poured countless starlight from afar towards the God's world, illuminating the sky thousands of light years away. The brilliant star field was eternally far away, and the black land that was dotted with starlight was so attractive. Yun Nuashing slowly lay on the high platform of the star stone, quietly gazing at the galaxy. The endless starlight shone on his body, and his colorful pupils were like mirrors reflecting the stars, brilliant and gorgeous. The black sky, the sky full of stars, the purple moonlight, and the endless starlight intertwined to form a brilliant curtain of light, constantly changing in the sky. It was quiet all around. Yun Nuashing gazed at the stars in the sky. It was so quiet that he could hear his own breathing, and he could also hear the breathing of the girl beside him. She was sitting on the ground with her legs bent, hugging her knees with both hands, while Mei Mao was looking at the moon in a daze. The things that the two of them were paying attention to were not the same. One was looking at the countless stars, while the other was looking at the moon that was close at hand. One had a peaceful smile on his face, while the other was expressionless like a jade carving. But at the same time, the two of them were very lost in thought. Their minds were no longer in the same place, and they didn't know where they had flown to. The starlight in the star field was twinkling, and thousands of stars were squeezed into his line of sight, making Yun Nuashing fascinated. He muttered to himself in his heart, "I wonder where the other stars with life are." Traveling in the star field was very dangerous. It was difficult to travel long distances in the star field unless one was at the god underworld level. Even gods could get lost in the star field if they weren't careful and never return. It's said that the god's world is very big, but compared to the entire starry sky, the god's world is probably just a drop in the ocean. Yun Nuashing sighed in his heart. His mood was a little strange. In his broken memories, he saw the existence of other worlds. Those worlds seemed to be other worlds that he had been to before, other planets with life. He didn't know where those places were. Did the starry sky hint from the heaven-defying, ultimate God ask him to leave the divine realm and head somewhere? Until now, he still did not understand what the note was trying to tell him. Perhaps he would only know when he returned to the divine prefecture. The starry sky is unchanging. The life of a star can be as long as 1,000,000 years, or as long as several epochs. The human world has been replaced countless times. "Oh, Xingqian," Yun Nuashing muttered to himself. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He really did yearn for the starry sky. Yun Nuashing watched the two moons shift bit by bit until they sank to the other side of the sky. The night would end in another 4 hours. Only then did he stand up and stare at the stars for the entire night. He felt that his state of mind seemed to have changed a little and became more peaceful. Moreover, this was a familiar galaxy. In other words, they were in the god's world. This made him even more convinced that this so-called Myriad Dragon Mountain might be in some corner of the god's world. The girl also slowly stood up. Mei Mao, who was frozen on the two moons, slowly turned around and looked at Yun Nuashing again. Her gaze was dull and empty. At this moment, her gaze made him tremble slightly. He seemed to see some strange scenes through those Mei Mao. Within those Mei Mao there was only him. Everything around him was darkness, or rather, nothingness. Yun Nuashing was a little absent-minded and sighed. This girl, Mei Mao, was very vicissitudes of life. It was as if she had seen through the changes in the world. She had sunk into the long river of time and drifted for an unknown number of years. The thick aura of time seemed to be able to affect the flow of time. This also made him not dare to treat her as an ordinary girl. She was also a peerless expert who was terrifyingly strong. Yun Nuashing didn't know her strength yet, but he guessed that she was at the peak of the God Emperor realm or even someone at that level. Mei Mao sized up Yun Nuashing from head to toe. She looked at him until his hair stood on end and goosebumps appeared all over his body. After that, he saw her stretch out her jade-like hand and place it on his stomach. Then she suddenly pressed down. That slender, jade-like hand seemed to be powerless, but it caused Yun Nuashing to frown in pain. He gave a light groan, his heart also shocked by her action. Although he instinctively wanted to run away, after measuring the strength of the two of them, he obediently restrained that unrealistic thought, in case he didn't have to suffer before he could escape. "What are you doing?" Yun Nuashing frowned. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly saw a glowing hole in his stomach. His jaw dropped in shock. However, what shocked him even more was that the girl's jade-like hand directly reached into the glowing hole, as if it was connected to a second space. Crack! A strange sound came from within his body, startling him. He quickly raised his head and saw the girl's calm face. He panicked slightly and wanted to ask her to stop, but he only saw her stretch out her hand in front of him, as if not allowing him to speak. That jade-like hand grabbed his shoulder, then the right hand that reached into his body suddenly pulled. A purplish-black light flashed, and a giant sword was pulled out of his body. It carried a vast and terrifying power, but it didn't release its destructive power. However, when he saw the Netherworld Ruin sword being pulled out of his body, Yun Nuashing was so shocked that he couldn't speak. His jaw hit the floor, and his cheeks twitched as if they were cramping. Netherworld Ruin. This. Yun Nuashing was shocked and couldn't help but transmit his voice to the Netherworld Ruin sword. The Netherworld Ruin sword in the girl's hand was also stunned for a moment. It looked at her meaningfully for a while, then sighed faintly in Yun Nuashing's soul. This person knows the divine body very well. This method of borrowing the divine body's spiritual item isn't something that an ordinary person can do. She's very dangerous. Yun Nuashing's expression changed slightly. He was so shocked that he took a step back. Just as he was about to say something, the girl held the Netherworld Ruin sword in a reverse grip and stabbed it into the ground. Then, with light steps, she walked in front of him and placed one hand on his shoulder. Her other hand rushed into the glowing hole in his stomach again. Rip! Her lily-white hand suddenly pulled back, and a 2-meter-long silver-blue needle was pulled out of Yun Nuashing's body. Yun Nuashing let out a soft groan. It felt as if someone had pulled something out of his body. It didn't hurt or itch, but it felt very strange. Yun Nuashing's heart was filled with panic as he looked at that flawless face. His expression was slightly fearful. He felt that something was wrong from the moment he saw that she was both a saint and a demon. Was she bringing out her demonic nature now? Don't move. Just as a fierce look appeared in his eyes, Yun Nuashing was about to resist with all his might, but in the end, with just a few words from the girl, a great deterrence directly rushed into his mind and heart, causing him to tremble, and all the strength in his body dissipated. While he was trembling, the girl's lily-white hand reached into his stomach as fast as lightning. She took out the lunar altar, ice spear, spell book, sky halberd, and a flaming scythe. Except for the lunar altar and ice spear, which were taken from the Tana's water god temple, the rest were eternal weapons collected from the divine spirit palace. Yun Nuashing hadn't used the ice spear since it was given to him by a part of his soul. At this moment, it was also taken out. If you wanted to take them out, you should have told me. Why did you do this? After the girl took them out, she wiped her lily-white hand lightly, and the glowing hole in his stomach slowly disappeared. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. The feeling of something being forcibly pulled out of his body was really uncomfortable. "You have to see for yourself," the girl said indifferently. She turned around and took the 2 divine weapons and the 5 eternal weapons. With a wave of her lily-white hand, she inserted them all into the huge star stone on the high platform, forming a circle in front of her. Yun Nuashing thought that the girl had finished. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. Just as he was about to exhale, he was stunned to see the girl's lily-white hand suddenly reach out in front of him. She pulled open his collar and pulled out the purple-red pendant. Yun Nuashing was so frightened that he wanted to scream. However, when he saw the girl pull out the pendant, he was stunned. Before he could say anything, the girl's lily-white hand pulled out the pendant. A few rays of light flashed and appeared in front of her. One of them was the incomplete weapon, the Sun Cross, made from the sun blood crystal. The moment this huge cross appeared, the lunar platform emitted a cold light, as if it was confronting it. And the other thing that she took out made Yun Nuashing a little astonished. It was the Encyclopedia of Plants in the God Realm that Qin Hui gave him. Although he already knew that this book was not normal 10 years ago, he did not study it and made any name for it, other than occasionally seeing pages in the book turn into formations, talismans, or even other profound skills. He did not touch it himself. Myriad Realm Book. After the girl took the book in her hand, she said these 4 words indifferently. This made Yun Nuashing very puzzled. What was the Myriad Realm Book? It sounded very impressive. That's right. Uncle Qin's ancestral home is the Qin family. Then, when they migrated, it's not surprising that they took something from the Qin family. When he thought of this, Yun Nuashing nodded. He stared blankly at her, wanting to hear her explanation. Seeing his curious and expectant gaze, the girl only glanced at him indifferently. She lowered her head and flipped through the book in her hand, causing a certain good student to feel dejected. Death Valley. Do you still remember? It's the world that this book leads to. You've been there once. The girl quietly flipped through the book. She did not even raise her head as she calmly said these words. This caused Yun Nuashing to tremble all over. He still remembered Death Valley. He vaguely remembered it. He had been there once when he was in Yuyan City. However, it might not be appropriate to say that he had been there because he had not been there. Now that he thought about it, if what this girl said was true and this book led to that world, then he might have gone to Death Valley with only his spiritual body or soul body. It was no different from his physical body. Myriad Realm Book. So that's what it is. I've long felt that there was something wrong with this book of yours. I didn't expect it to be the Myriad Realm Book. In his soul, Zai choked on his tea when he heard these words. He coughed and said after a long while, In the Myriad Realm Book, the method to open it determines the state it's in when it's opened. This is why you sometimes see arrays or talismans written all over it. However, this is only the most superficial way to use it. The Myriad Realm Book contains 10,000 worlds. Zai smiled mysteriously. He felt that Yun Nuashing's mind was fluctuating greatly. He then continued, Of course, it doesn't mean that there are 10,000 worlds in this book. It only says that this book can lead to 10,000 worlds. However, 10,000 is only a superficial number. I don't know how many worlds there are. In the primordial era, the Myriad Realm Book was a mystical tool that could rank in the top 100. Your array book is not complicated at all compared to this Myriad Realm Book. Hearing these indifferent words, Yun Nuashing's face twitched. He had personally seen how complicated the array book was. However, Zai said that it was not as complicated as the Myriad Realm Book. However, he tacitly agreed with this statement. A book that led to countless worlds and recorded countless pieces of knowledge. This book was truly worthy of being called an encyclopedia. Pa! A sudden soft sound pulled Yun Nuashing out of his deep thoughts. He hurriedly raised his head to take a look, only to see the girl looking up at him indifferently. The plant encyclopedia of the divine realm in her hands had already been closed, and her two slender hands were holding it. Seeing him look over, the girl took a light breath and said indifferently, "I need you to enter the Myriad Realm book and take something out." Chapter 585. Rubbing his head, Yun Nuashing walked back to the Ju Yuan pavilion. He turned around and looked at the lonely figure on the star platform. He frowned slightly and kept rubbing his fingers in his sleeves. His heart was in a mess. "Leave the blood crystal and take the rest. Go and deal with your matters. I'll wait for you here. Come back soon." Touching the black pearl in front of his forehead, Yun Nuashing's strange expression became more and more profound. In between his eyebrows, besides the imprint of the deity left by Xianyin, there was another imprint. It was a seed imprint that coexisted with the deity imprint. The two of them seemed to be equally matched. In other words, that girl was probably at the same level as the deity imprint. Behind these two imprints, there was a scarlet ball of light and a colorful ball of light. Yun Nuashing had discovered them a long time ago. However, no matter how he touched them, there was no reaction, so he simply ignored them. Even now, they were still glowing. Until now, he did not know what use they had. Suddenly raising his head, Yun Nuashing seemed to have thought of something. At that time, he had obtained a scroll of the celestial glazed god in Yuyan City. However, he had not been able to open it. Now that he had encountered a deity, perhaps he could ask her for help. But to his disappointment, the space in front of him was filled with mist, and the slender, white figure gradually disappeared in the mist. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. Next time, I'll definitely remember it. The fog seemed to appear from the void and completely covered the space outside the pavilion. Standing in the Ju Yuan pavilion, Yun Nuashing could only see a vast expanse of whiteness. The fog could not touch the pavilion. It seemed to be isolated by something. However, this scene did not last long. The thick fog slowly dissipated. What appeared in front of Yun Nuashing again was not a beautiful and magnificent mountain. Instead, it was a small lake and a small mountain. Beside the lake, there was a group of people looking at the pavilion on the mountain. They were looking forward to it. "I'm back." Yun Nuashing was stunned. Then he smiled bitterly. He did not feel the activation of the array, nor did he feel the change in energy. He just went from one place to another. "It's out, it's out." Seeing that the mist around the gazebo had dissipated and Yun Nuashing's figure appeared in their sight, the Golden Empress and the others were also slightly delighted. Xian and the others hurriedly stretched out their hands and waved, their beautiful faces brimming with joy. Seeing everyone like that, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but laugh. She missed them a little after not seeing them for a day. When he thought of this, he quickly walked down the mountain and crossed the wooden bridge. However, before he reached the group, he saw that everyone was looking at him with a strange expression. That strange expression seemed to contain a few strange emotions, causing him to be stunned. He muttered to himself, "Why do I have an ominous feeling?" "Little Xingxing, you've finally come out. It's already been 3 days." Seeing him walk over, Xian went up to him with a smile. 3 days? But it's only been a day." Yun Nuashing was stunned. She couldn't help but feel speechless. This time difference was probably that girl's masterpiece. "Are you worried?" Yun Nuashing smiled and rubbed her head. Xian pursed her lips and pulled him back. When they reached the group, she let him go. Then Mei Mao looked at him with a smile and retreated to the side. He was stunned. Was she going to sentence him? What was going on? The Golden Empress rubbed her forehead. Mei Mao glanced at him, then looked at Qin Yan, who was beside her with a calm expression. She sighed, then took out a red wedding invitation from her earring and handed it to Yun Nuashing. She smiled bitterly and said, "See for yourself." Yun Nuashing was stunned when he received the wedding invitation. The ominous premonition in his heart was completely confirmed. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Qin Yan. The latter felt uncomfortable under his gaze. She quietly turned around and walked to the side. Everyone smiled bitterly when they saw this. Seeing Qin Yan's reaction, Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. He swallowed his saliva and opened the wedding invitation with trembling hands. When he saw the names Yun Nuashing and Qin Yan, he almost vomited blood. However, when he saw clearly that it was only an engagement invitation, he heaved a sigh of relief. What's going on? Yun Nuashing's forehead was dripping with sweat. He turned his head stiffly and looked at the Golden Empress and the others with wide, colorful eyes. We want to ask what's going on. Seeing his strange expression, everyone widened their eyes in shock. They were the ones who didn't understand the situation. We thought that little star and Sister Yen were in love with each other. Zian blinked at Mei Mao in shock and said strangely, "We were waiting for you to come out and congratulate her. Girl, are you trying to make me angry?" Yun Nuashing felt like he was going crazy when he heard her say this. "No, I'm just thinking that if you and Big Sister Yen become friends, then I have to build a good relationship with Big Sister Yen and pay respects to her." Zi Yen blinked her beautiful eyes and smiled like a brilliant rose blooming, causing everyone to be absent-minded. Seeing that she really didn't seem to care, Yun Nuashing was at a loss for words. He opened his mouth wide and didn't know what to say. "Little star, go and see her. You two can chat for a while." Yuan, she patted him on the shoulder and said softly. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly when he heard this. He turned his gaze and looked at Qin Yan, who was standing alone by the lake not far away. Her black dress swayed in the wind like a black lotus. Seeing her like this, Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He scratched his head and nodded, then ran over. Seeing the two strange expressions, everyone looked at each other. Mei Mao also had a strange light in her eyes. She couldn't help but mutter, "That old man Qin Hai didn't even tell us." It's impossible for such a big thing to be decided unilaterally. Could it be that he wants Little Star to marry into the Qin family? Little Star doesn't have any family. A few big forces know about it. We also didn't announce the return of the child of God to the outside world. That's why it's like this. The Fire God Shrine Great Elder said softly. We didn't find a good time. We'll announce it when we have the chance. Now. Jean Shihuang shook her head and looked at the two figures. She sighed and said, "Let's leave it at that for now." Zian and Mei Mao smiled as they watched Yun Nuashing run to Qin Yan's side. The others looked at her strangely. Everyone knew that she was infatuated with Little Star to the point that she couldn't extricate herself. However, she could still give the person she liked to someone else. This, they didn't know what to say. Yun Nuashing ran to Qin Yan's side. He took a deep breath and looked up. He looked at the quiet and beautiful side profile. His mouth opened for a while, but he sighed and shook his head. Hearing this complex sigh, Qin Yan slowly turned her gaze away from the lake. She looked at the handsome face that was somewhat bewitching, and her beautiful eyes flickered. Although this face looked a lot like a girl's, there was also a hint of masculinity in it. At first glance, it was quite breathtaking. As the goddess of the Qin family, she always attended banquets and events. She boasted that she had seen many people. Whether it was noble young masters or talented geniuses, she had seen all kinds of people. However, she had never seen someone so unforgettable. Since the first time she saw him at the Tana's water god temple, he had left an afterimage in her mind that she couldn't get rid of. She never thought that one day she would choose to travel with him and travel around the god realm. After the Taiyuan Grand Gathering ended, Qin Hai asked her what her plans were. She almost blurted out the words travel with Yun Nuashing, which led to the marriage contract. However, the result was that she wanted to go back in time and kill herself. What do you think? What do you think? The two of them spoke almost at the same time, causing both of them to be taken aback for a moment. Their eyes met, and they both burst into laughter. Yun Nuashing scratched his head awkwardly, while Qin Yan ran her fingers through her hair awkwardly. Whatever you think is best, whatever young Master Yun thinks is best. The two of them spoke at the same time. Both of them lowered their heads and blushed slightly. You go first. Ladies first. Yun Nuashing coughed dryly and chuckled. Qin Yen turned around. Mei Mao stared straight at him. Her red lips parted slightly, but she suddenly closed them again and pressed them tightly together. Mei Mao hesitated. Speak frankly. There's nothing to be afraid of. No one will force you to do anything. Neither will I. Yun Nuashing chuckled and waved his hand when he saw that she seemed to have something to say. Qin Yen nodded when she heard that. She clenched her jade-like hands tightly together and took a deep breath. She said hesitantly, I told father and mother. I don't want to get married so early. I thought that nothing would happen, but in the end, she couldn't help but laugh bitterly. In the end, she got engaged. Yun Nuashing felt a little strange, especially since he was the one who caused this situation. It made him feel even weirder. It felt like he had shot himself in the foot. However, we didn't say when we had to get married, so... Qin Yen smiled awkwardly. Her jade-like hands fidgeted uneasily. Drag it out as long as you can. But dragging it out like this isn't a solution. The main point is, what do you think? You know, or rather, all of you know what's wrong with me. So, the most important thing is, what do you think? Yun Nuashing crossed his arms in his sleeves and sighed softly. Qin Yen panicked when she heard that. Mei Mao's eyes kept flickering, but she couldn't find the focal point. I don't know either. I don't even know what I'm thinking. After a while, Qin Yen shook her head in distress. Her eyebrows were intertwined with complicated thoughts. Then I'll ask you directly. If someone else got engaged to you, how would you feel? Yun Nuashing put her hands on her hips and asked in a bad mood. How could this girl not even know what she was thinking? I would probably hate it. Qin Yen panicked. Her heart was beating wildly like a little deer. Now that I'm engaged to you, how do you feel? Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and asked again. I don't hate it. Qin Yen blurted out. After she finished speaking, her delicate body trembled. She lowered her head even more, and her pretty face was so red that it was almost burning. Huh. Yun Nuashing was shocked by this answer. This answer seemed to be somewhat out of his expectations. Little star, oh little star, who told you to flirt around everywhere? This time, something really happened. Who told you to flirt around everywhere? Let's see how you're going to clean up this mess. In the spiritual world, Ziyi, who was reading a book, slammed his head on the table when he heard this. Lan Xian, who was sitting opposite him, was shocked. She looked at him with a cup of tea in her hand. Then she smiled and said, Brother Nuashing is so outstanding. Many people will like him, especially those who have interacted with him before. When Yun Nuashing heard these words in his mind, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Then he let out a long sigh and replied fiercely in his heart, I don't think anyone will like me. There must be something wrong with this world. Looking at Qin Yen, whose pretty face was still flickering with a conflicted expression, Yun Nuashing shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He reached out and patted her shoulder. She was so frightened that her delicate body trembled. After a while, she calmed down. Mei Mao looked at him with some panic. He then said, helplessly, Live your life however you want. No one can force you to make a choice. You are the main character in your world. Chapter 586. Everyone in the distance craned their necks to look at the two people strolling on the shore. They were gossipy and wanted to eavesdrop, but Yun Nuashing blocked their words, making everyone's hearts itch. Only Ziyin didn't care. She sat by the lake with her legs bent, humming a song, as if everything had nothing to do with her. Ziyin, do you really not care? Foam, asked softly as she leaned against her and sat down gently. Ziyin smiled and shook her head. She turned to look at her and said with a smile, Feng Er, I'm really not worried about anything. Little Star's decision is up to him. Ziyin and Mei Mao glanced at the two people. A touch of tenderness flashed in Mei Mao's eyes. As long as Yun Nuashing was fine, it was fine. She wouldn't think too much about anything else. She loved him and tolerated everything about him, so she wouldn't resist his choice. After a long while, the two people walked around the lake. When they came back, their faces were very calm. There was no trace of emotion, which confused everyone. However, the two didn't say anything. Qin Yan was still so quiet, and Yun Nuashing just smiled mysteriously. Neither of them said anything. Let nature take its course. Everyone looked at each other and looked at the two with strange eyes. They sighed inexplicably. They didn't know what the two little guys were doing. If they said it was harmonious, there seemed to be a strange atmosphere. If they said it was happy, there was no intimacy between the two of them. It could only be said that it was a little ambiguous. While everyone was thinking, Xian saw that Yun Nuashing and Feng Er had walked far away. She smiled, took Feng Er's hand, stood up and trotted after them. When everyone saw this, they sighed and followed unhurriedly. Now, of course, I'm going to take a look at the void fire that I yearn for day and night. I'm going to take a look at it. As they walked, Xian casually asked where they were going. Yun Nuashing answered without thinking. But after she finished speaking, she turned around and looked at the large group of people. There seemed to be too many people. The Mei Mao caught a glimpse of Jin Jinwang's helpless gaze and turned back to look at him. She seemed to have understood something. Mei Mao turned around and looked at Jin Jinwang. She smiled and said, "Little stone, send the children back first. They have all broken through to the demon rank. It's time to accept the inheritance of the temple. F***CK. Can you not go back? Let's play for a little longer. No, let's train with Little Star for a little longer. We're willing to go on our way now. That's right. It won't be too late to accept the inheritance after becoming a demigod." Before Jin Jinwang and the others could say anything, Jining and the others exploded. It was as if the 9 temples were hell. Everyone's faces turned pale at the mention of going back. Jin Jinwang saw their resistance and smiled bitterly. He carefully glanced at the Jin Queen, only to see her smiling at the 9 people. Her bright forehead darkened. Mei Mao's eyes contained a very intimidating light. Even Yun Nuashing was frightened. Yao Hua and the others were so frightened that they instantly shut their mouths. They hurriedly looked at Yun Nuashing. There was a hint of pleading in their eyes. Well, actually, you see, the place we're going to this time is very far away. It's inconvenient to have so many people. You should listen to Sister Jean and go back to cultivate first. Besides, you've been surpassed by me again. You still need to work hard. Yun Nuashing looked at Yao Hua and the others with pity. She raised her head and patted Yao Hua's shoulder with a fake smile. F***CK. Little Star, you're so mean. Yao Hua widened his eyes and looked at him with gritted teeth. He was very unhappy that he had abandoned them at this time. Be good, go back first. Yun Nuashing laughed carelessly. She looked at Jining and habitually reached out to pat her head. Jining rolled her eyes at her, but did not argue about not going back. She nodded gloomily. Seeing that she had directly surrendered, Yao Hua and the others tactfully shut up. When Empress Jean saw that her words were not as effective as Little Star's action, she speechlessly covered her face. This 9 divine shrine was really under his control. The Hall Master and the others listened to him. Even the future 9 divine kings listened to him. Even they were circling around him. Empress Jean looked around again and said a few words to Jin Jinwang and the great elder of the Fire God Shrine. The latter and the others nodded. Jin Jinwang took out the golden bell bottle and a golden longbow and handed them to the former. Then he retreated to the side. It seemed that the group of people from the 9 divine shrine had been pushed back by Empress Jean, leaving her alone. But she also felt a little helpless. There were really a lot of emperor gods around Yun Nuashing. Not to mention that there were close to 30 emperor gods in the 9 divine shrine. There were 6 demon emperors who had been subdued by Feng Er. Although she did not know what the mountain emperor and the others were thinking, The Empress seemed to want to follow that little guy for a while. That meant that there were at least 7 Emperor gods following Yun Nuoxing and the others. This was also why she asked Jin Jinwang and the others to go back first. The 9 Divine Shrine was located in the northern wilderness of the Divine Continent, bordering the area that the demon world had asked for. They were the first line of defense, and her group was also a part of the core strength. At this time, it was better not to leave the shrine for too long. On the other side, Yun Nuoxing and the others were saying goodbye to Jining and the others one by one. He gave each of them a gentle hug. Hua Ji also whispered a few words to him, saying that she would wait for him to return to the Divine Continent. This was a promise. He also smiled and agreed. At that time, he had promised to find a divine flame for this girl. Child, be careful. The divine flame, ranked 25th, is not easy to deal with. Safety is the most important thing. When the young people finished saying their goodbyes, the beautiful woman walked up and rubbed Yun Nuoxing's head with a smile. He also obediently lowered his head and allowed her to rub his head gently. He nodded as he listened to the beautiful woman's advice. It felt like a mother sending off her child who had left for a foreign land. Divine King, how are Ming and the others? Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but ask. Thinking of the 2 little girls who fell into a deep sleep after going to the East Sea, Yun Nuoxing felt very distressed. Hearing him mention this, the beautiful woman couldn't help but sigh and shake her head. She said, "They are still sleeping on the star casting platform. Several temple masters have come to see them. Temple Master Shui, who specializes in soul and spirit, also came to see the situation, but they didn't solve it. But you don't have to worry. Temple Master said that although their souls have left their bodies, they haven't really left their bodies. Now their condition is very good, and their lives are not in danger. Don't worry. Also, little Ming has grown up. You will be surprised the next time you go back and see her." Yun Nuoxing was worried and happy at the same time. He was worried because they hadn't woken up yet, and happy because he heard that Ming had grown up. That's right, it wasn't until now that he realized that more than 10 years had passed. Ming had grown up. When he first saw her, she was only 4 or 5 years old. Calculating the time, it had already been 14 years since he saw her. But at that time, he heard Ming say that she was already 8 years old. Then she should be 23 or 24 years old this year. Little Yeya should also be around this age. But he didn't know which of the 2 girls was older. Let's assume that I was 14 years old when I fell. 18 years, I'm already 32 years old. Suddenly thinking of this question, Yun Nuoxing was stunned. However, the lifespan of a demon step expert was at least 100,000 years. He hadn't even reached 1,000th of that age. Although he knew, he still felt strange. Big brother. Suddenly, a soft body bumped into his arm, interrupting his thoughts. He hurriedly turned his head, only to see little Ye hugging his arm tightly, staring at him with a pair of watery eyes. There was actually a trace of pleading in Mei Mao's eyes. "Big brother, can you take little Ye with you? Uncle Hai and the others have all left. I don't want to go back alone. It's not easy for us to meet again. I don't want to be separated from Big Brother, okay?" Little Yeya is very obedient. Little Yeya said coquettishly as she hugged Yun Nuoxing's arm and shook it gently. All right, I'm fine with it." Yun Nuoxing blinked and suddenly felt that something was wrong. He turned his gaze slightly, only to see Qin Yen looking helplessly at little Yeya beside him. Especially when she heard him say that he was fine with it, she sighed and couldn't help but shake her head. Yun Nuoxing blinked in astonishment. "You spoil them too much." Seeing him look over, Qin Yen rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. She didn't know who he was referring to by them. "You've been living in the open all this time. The place you're going to is so dangerous. Little Yeya is only Celestial level 7 now. How can she stand your torment?" Qin Yen sighed and walked over. Looking at little Yeya, who was hiding behind Yun Nuashing and carefully looking at her. Mei Mao actually had a trace of dignity and worry in her eyes. About that, back then I was drifting with little Ming when I was mortal tear. The world was our home. We've endured for so many years. Little Ye is already celestial level 7. Yun Nuashing smiled and changed the topic. The point is, isn't she willing? You're a pervert. Don't lump other people together. Qin Yen rolled her eyes at him. Mei Mao was still a little unwilling. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and suddenly teased. Why? Are you jealous of your sister? Hearing that, Qin Yen rolled her eyes, but looked at him strangely for a while. After a while, she turned around and stood at the side, becoming a part of the background again. She didn't say anything else. After seeing that Qin Yen had given up struggling, Little Ye was so excited that she directly jumped up and acted coquettishly in front of Yun Nuashing for a while. When everyone's expressions became strange, she laughed and jogged toward Xian, pulling her and Fenger to chat. Brother Yin, you are also wants to go. You can't favor one and discriminate against the other. You, or can't even go back to the demon world. Before Yun Nuashing could heave a sigh of relief, Yu also ran over from the side. She pulled Yun Nuashing's hand and lightly shook it. She smiled charmingly, revealing a row of pure white teeth. She was indeed very cute, but it caused Yun Nuashing's forehead to droop with black lines. When they parted, everyone was emotional for a while. The Empress also wanted to go with Yun Nuashing. Previously, the latter also pestered her to guide him in his cultivation. Although she always said that she wasn't qualified to be his master, teaching him cultivation was his wish. As for Mountain, Soul Blade, and the others, they followed Jin Jinwang and the others to the 9 deities' temple. Regarding this, the Golden Empress and the others were naturally very welcoming. They were still worried about the lack of manpower. These newcomers included a blacksmith, an alchemist, a seer, and an array master. They were also very precious human resources. Seeing that the portal disappeared in space, Yun Nuashing stopped waving his hand and looked back. He also had a headache. In addition to the original group of 7, there was now Xiaobai, the 6 demon emperors, the Golden Empress, the Empress, and 2 little girls who didn't quite see eye to eye. As for the people from the Yu family, they had already returned after the event. At that time, Yuan, she had already cried to his heart's content. So many people, but they're all acquaintances, so it won't take up much of my energy. Yun Nuashing walked to the side of the crowd and laughed self-deprecatingly, shaking his head. Xian and the others also laughed bitterly. If this guy stayed in a group of unfamiliar people, his energy would be exhausted very quickly. After laughing for a while, Yun Nuashing's gaze swept across the crowd. Being stared at by 17 pairs of eyes, he still felt a little uncomfortable. He rubbed his cheeks, flipped his palm, and took out an object the size of a wash basin. It looked like an altar, and there were 8 sharp pillars at the edge, curving towards the center. This was the star map that Xian Yin had given to him. During these years of traveling in the realm of the gods, besides picking up 2 fragments at the Tana's water god temple, Yun Nuashing would occasionally take a detour to collect fragments of the star map. However, he didn't manage to fix it, but it seemed like it could be activated. Look, there are so many of us here. There are even 8 emperor gods here. I want to try this thing. Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. This thing has the smell of a coordinate formation. Could it be that it can be transported through coordinates? When Yishi saw this thing, she immediately smelled something different. She was the only formation master present, so she knew more about this kind of thing. It's a little different. It said that you can go anywhere you want, and you can teleport anywhere in the realm of the gods. However, it's damaged. Yun Nuashing nodded and grinned. Everyone nodded, but when they heard the last sentence, they were stunned. Let's go. Yun Nuashing laughed softly and placed his other hand lightly on the star map. A wisp of silver-blue energy flowed from his body into the star map, and then it shone brightly. No, wait, In the bright light, a series of shrill screams rang out. Chapter 587. This was a sparkling and pure white world. The twin suns in the sky seemed a little sickly here. Even the sunlight looked lazy as it landed on the ground. Before it could stand firm, it was pushed away by the merciless, icy blue ground. Not only this piece of land, but the icy blue ground that spanned an unknown distance was also like this, rejecting the sunlight. His line of sight shifted slightly. Numerous ice-blue mountain peaks silently appeared on the horizon. They were as smooth and clean as mirrors. They stood in this ice-blue world and formed a continuous stretch. A breeze blew through the air. The water molecules condensed into ice crystals and fell to the ground before disappearing. This was a world of ice. There were no living creatures, and even the sunlight didn't want to stay here for long. There was only ice that remained unchanged for tens of thousands of years. The ground was frozen, and the mountains were frozen. It was bone-chilling cold without a trace of warmth. Even the air was trembling, as if it would freeze at any time. At this moment, a dozen or so people were standing on the mountainside of a towering mountain peak that reached into the clouds. Powerful auras circulated around them, resisting the cold aura. However, their eyes seemed to be a little sluggish. A cold wind blew past, causing their long hair to flutter, and their minds to be in a mess. Is this the Southern Ice Realm or the Northern Ice Realm? Northern Ice Realm. I've confirmed it. We've just entered a little. Just a little. As soon as the golden-robed girl spoke, the color-haired young man beside her quickly took out a large map and said casually, "A little." Everyone's expression was strange. They glanced at the map and then took in a deep breath of cold air. They were already halfway into the Northern Ice Realm. The North Ice Realm was even larger than an origin region. It stretched from the leftmost origin region to the rightmost origin region. Just like the South Ice Realm, it was one of the two most mysterious regions in the God Realm. What's this? Compared to where we were at the beginning, isn't it quite close? Yes, it's much closer. Yun Nuashing laughed. However, when she saw the murderous looks on everyone's faces, she couldn't help but shiver. Luckily, I didn't send it to the Ice World's divine realm. This place isn't far from there. The Golden Empress pointed at the red they were at and moved it to the upper right corner. Then she raised her head and said, "We have to leave quickly. Once an ice storm blows in the North and South Ice realms, it's easy to get lost in the ice plains. Moreover, the temperature here is extremely low. It can even freeze a divine underworld powerhouse. So, you little fellows better not wander off." When she said this, Empress Jean was looking at Yun Nuashing. In the end, she was the one who worried the most and had the most headaches. In the past thousands of years, she had either guided or personally taught batches of disciples, but she had never seen such a troublemaker. Rather than calling him a troublemaker, it was more like casual. It was hard to speak to him in a lecturing tone, and he couldn't put on any airs. Once he did, he would only nod his head mechanically, and the words would go in one ear and out the other. Yun Nuashing shrunk her head and stuck her tongue out, as if she was really being lectured by her elder sister. As for whether she really listened, the Golden Empress didn't know. Yun Nuashing also quickly took out the golden chains and tied them firmly around the waists of Xian and the others. Then he hugged Yi Shi and nodded. He looked at the Golden Empress and smiled. All right. Seeing this, the Golden Empress sighed softly and nodded. She placed her hand on his arm and pulled him up into the air. There was a series of clattering sounds behind them, and everyone quickly followed. In the world of ice and snow, in the vast white world, spatial cracks were constantly being torn open. A dozen figures flew past, and the cracks quickly closed. In the distance, in a place that was also blindingly white, a spatial crack was being torn open and closed again. This repeated for a few days. This group of people kept tearing open space in this snow-white world, crossing countless distances. The sky was black and white and black again. However, the days seemed to be longer, which made Yun Nuashing very curious. Everywhere in the realm of the gods had 4 distinct seasons, and day and night were equally divided. However, in the North Ice realm, the nights seemed to be much shorter. After an unknown amount of time, Yun Nuashing took out the treasure map and immediately found the location of the red dot. When she saw where it was, she let out a long sigh of white smoke. They had been walking for many days, but the distance changed abnormally slowly. She originally thought that with the Golden Empress and the others, and with the strength of the God Emperors, they would only need 1 or 2 days to reach the border between the Sourcepeak region and the North Ice realm. She didn't expect that after so many days, they still hadn't flown out. Am I hallucinating? Why do I feel that it's getting colder and colder? Rubbing his arm under the windbreaker, Yun Nuashing frowned. He touched his colorful hair and felt a strange warmth when he touched it. There was no frost, but the golden chain that extended from the space of the windbreaker already had a thin layer of ice on its surface. It looked very smooth and hard. She waved her hand back and forth for a while and touched an object that was so cold that it seemed to be frozen. She was shocked and moved her hand away as if she had been electrocuted. At the same time, she turned her head in shock and saw that Xian was also looking at her. She then smiled sweetly, which seemed to make the cold space seem a little warmer. Looking at the Golden Empress, who was flying 1/2 meter in front of her, Yun Nuashing blinked and retreated a little. She came to Xian's side and grabbed her hand that was as cold as ice. She held her hand in her palm and gently rubbed it. It was very cold, but very soft. There was no trace of affection in her heart, as if it was just a habit for her to do this. Xian's beautiful face blushed a little as her hand was gently rubbed by a pair of warm palms. A trace of tenderness flashed through Mei Mao's eyes. However, she looked a little guilty as she glanced at Qinyan, who was on the right side of Yun Nuashing. The latter also felt her gaze and turned to look at her. Then she looked at Yun Nuashing, who was blowing air into her hand, and looked at Xian indifferently. She smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Something's not right. Suddenly, the Golden Empress stopped. Her jade hand grabbed the void in front of her and tore open a crack. She took the lead and rushed out. Yun Nuashing and the others behind her were dumbfounded. They looked at each other and quickly rushed out of the void. In the white world, the sun was slightly lazy. It hung slanted in the sky and flickered from time to time. The sun didn't seem to be very warm, other than making people feel dazzled. It didn't seem to have any other effect. Even when it shone on the body, it didn't dispel the coldness. On the snowy ground below, on the desolate snowy ground, there was a stockade. Some adults wearing animal skins were sitting in the stockade, and some children were running and playing in the snow. Their small feet moved up and down, leaving ankle-high footprints. For the first time, this desolate place had the aura of life. This place that seemed like a world of ice and snow was actually inhabited by people. Yun Nuashing was very surprised. She turned her head and saw the Golden Empress's gloomy face. She couldn't help but be startled. "Sister Jean, this is the 6th time we've passed by this stockade. I thought we were passing by another stockade, but this time I can feel it clearly. It can't be wrong. This is definitely the same stockade." The Golden Empress's face was gloomy. They were constantly tearing space and walking in the void. How could they encounter such a thing? Hiss! Hearing this, Yun Nuashing quickly took out the treasure map. When she opened it, she gasped in cold air. It was so cold that her teeth chattered. Everyone was shocked. They stretched their necks and saw a red dot on the map of the North Ice realm. It wasn't very far from the center. How can this be? I clearly planned to walk in the direction of the Sourcepeak domain. Why did I walk in the direction of the Ice realm? The Golden Empress saw that the red dot didn't approach the Sourcepeak domain at all. Instead, it was approaching the center of the North Ice realm. Her face changed slightly. Mei Mao kept flashing. Yun Nuashing also frowned slightly. She looked up at the sun. Her soul power gushed out. It went into the void and came out again. She didn't encounter anything special. It didn't seem like she was going around in circles. I just looked at the map in the void. We were clearly close to the Sourcepeak domain. Why did we approach the center of the North Ice Realm after coming out of the void? Yun Nuashing frowned and thought. After thinking for a while, Yun Nuashing sighed and shook her head. She took out the Dark Ruin sword from her body and handed it to the Golden Empress. She said, "Sister Jean, take the Dark Ruin sword and walk again." Hearing this, the Golden Empress took the Dark Ruin sword without thinking. The Dark Ruin sword had the ability to destroy space. There shouldn't be any problems. She didn't waste any time. The Dark Ruin sword cut through space like tofu. She brought everyone into the void. However, what shocked everyone was that after more than 2 hours, when the Golden Crown Princess felt that something was wrong and came out of the void, she saw the stockade again. It was still in the same position, and the surrounding terrain had not changed at all. Everyone frowned. It seemed that something big had happened this time. A group of emperor gods with a divine sword that could destroy space were actually trapped in the ice realm. Everyone discussed for a while. Then they turned around and flew back in the direction they came from. They tore through space, but the result didn't change at all. They didn't know how long they had traveled, but they saw the village again. Everyone was on the verge of breaking down. Yun Nuashing was also a little stunned. After all, he was the one who brought everyone into the North Ice Realm. Now that they were in such a situation, he didn't know what to say. He wanted to use the star map to teleport out again, but he found that it didn't work. Even the teleportation formation couldn't be activated. Just as he was thinking about what to do, he suddenly felt an ice-cold body burrowing into his embrace, causing him to be stunned. He lowered his head, only to see Little Moon burying her little face into his chest. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and 2 pieces of ice-like things stroked his back. It was so cold that he shivered violently, and it took him a long time to get used to it. "Yua, why is your body so cold?" Yun Nuashing was shocked. It wasn't just his back. Even the soft body that was pressed against his body was extremely cold. It was like an ice cube. He could even feel that her vital signs were showing signs of weakening. The temperature here is frighteningly low. Even energy protection isn't that effective. Moreover, the temperature is still gradually dropping. I don't know if you've noticed, but every time the sun rises and sets, the temperature will drop by a certain degree. Moreover, this temperature is enough to freeze the air. However, Jingyu said softly. Yun Nuashing was shocked. He had 4 divine flames protecting his body. Ordinary cold naturally couldn't affect him. He originally thought that he would be affected if the temperature was a little more abnormal. He didn't expect that he wouldn't feel anything at all when the temperature had already dropped below absolute zero. However, just because he didn't feel anything didn't mean that others didn't feel anything. Turning around, Yun Nuashing's heart sank when he saw everyone's expressions. Apart from the god emperors, Feng, and Little White, Xian, and the others were all slightly curled up. There was a faint trace of sleepiness on their faces. Yun Nuashing panicked. He hurriedly released his divine flames. The light purple night dark flame, the light gray Een spirit flame with a hint of blue, and the brown mountain spirit flame all appeared. They condensed into a flame barrier that enveloped everyone. The temperature also quietly rose, causing everyone who was about to fall asleep to quickly wake up. He gave Yuanxi and Nightmare a hard knock on their heads. He gently shook Qin Yan, Xian, and Little Yu, to prevent them from falling asleep. If you release your divine flames like this, you will be drained dry before we can get out. Little White sneered when he saw his actions. Yun Nuashing's eyelids trembled slightly. He lowered his eyes slightly, but he smiled and said, "It's fine. I have a way to hold on. Even if using the divine flames consumes a lot of energy, I only need to maintain this small area. It doesn't consume too much energy. I think I can hold on for half a month. We will be able to get out in half a month." Little White looked deeply at him. He crossed his arms and looked noble and proud. Although he only looked like a young man, No one knew how old he was. After a moment, Little White's body lit up slightly. His body swayed, and he turned into a huge white tiger that was 5 meters long. Dark blue stripes covered his body. Come on up. I will save some energy to bring you guys along. Little White's huge tiger eyes looked at Yun Nuashing and the others. His rumbling voice echoed in their ears. Yun Nuashing looked at him in amusement. At the beginning, he was very resistant. After forming a soul contract with him, he was completely different from when they first met. Everyone sat on him without hesitation. It was the white tiger, one of the 4 divine beasts. They never thought that they would be able to sit on him one day. However, it was a little crowded with more than 10 people sitting together. Little White wanted to make his body bigger, but Fong reached out her hand and patted him. Then a loud phoenix cry sounded from her small mouth. Her alluring body also changed in a flash. She turned into a huge red bird that was covered in crimson pink flames. Her 3 dazzling tails were extremely bright. Even her feathers were suffused with a strange luster. After Fong changed into her original form, she used her huge beak to pick up Yun Nuashing and threw him on her back. She also pulled Xian, Qin Yan, and the other girls over. The Golden Princess also sat beside him. Yun Nuashing's expression was a little strange. That night, he sat on Feng Er's back and roamed the sky. It felt really good. However, ever since Feng turned into a human, he didn't let her change back into her original form. He had been using the Netherworld ruins sword to travel. Now that he was sitting on her back again, he felt strange. Feng, Little White, go to that village and take a look. We have returned here so many times. There must be something strange about it. Chapter 588. In the world of ice and snow, 2 huge figures descended from the sky. Their shadows on the ground grew larger and larger, and within these shadows, there seemed to be the shadows of other people. The 2 gigantic shadows landed on the snowy ground and gradually enlarged. The children who were running all over the snowy ground looked up curiously when they saw the gradually enlarging shadows. When they saw the 2 gigantic objects, they all cried out in shock. They turned around and ran back into the village. As they ran, their little mouths were still shouting randomly. The giant divine bird and divine tiger that had landed in the distance saw the children screaming and running back to the village. They looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Only when the people behind them had landed did they transform back into their human forms. Yun Nuashing landed on the snowy ground and looked at the crowd. He clasped his hands together and blew a puff of white smoke into his palms. They did not land immediately. After Yun Nuashing's suggestion, they traveled through the void for a long time before they had no choice but to stop. Let's go and take a look. There's no need for so many people to go together. It's too scary, Yun Nuashing said to the Golden Princess after he took a deep breath and looked at the people around him. We're not afraid of anything happening if we do things openly. Are you still worried that the residents of this godforsaken place can threaten you? The Golden Princess looked at him and rejected him. Then she waved her hand and took the lead to walk towards the village. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and helplessly lifted his feet from the snowy ground and followed her. Xian and the others also hurriedly followed behind. The people in the village had long been attracted by the children's screams. When they heard the children's screams, they frowned slightly. However, they finally understood that there were people who came to this world of ice and snow. They looked at each other and actually walked towards the village's main entrance. Before Yun Nuashing and the others reached the entrance, they saw many figures walking out of the village. All of them were wearing thick and heavy animal fur coats. Their exposed foreheads and eyebrows were covered in a layer of frost. A few of them were even holding thick ice pickaxes. There was even a layer of ice at the tip of the pickaxes, as though they had just been fished out of the water and were frozen. Hey, do you think we're here to cause trouble? Yuan, she nudged Yun Nuashing with his elbow and whispered, This. Yun Nuashing laughed dryly, then said, Isn't there a saying that those who come have ill intentions, and those with good intentions don't come? Everyone's face darkened. However, when the people in the stockade saw that Yun Nuashing's group was wearing so little and had such an extraordinary temperament, they immediately knew that they were not ordinary people. A few young people even ran into the stockade and soon invited an old man over. "Friends from afar, are you heading to the ice world's divine realm?" This old man was not dressed in thick animal skin like the others. He was only dressed in simple and plain green clothes. He held a walking stick made of ice in his hand. His back was straight and there was a warm smile on his aged face, but it gave people a fierce feeling. His eyes were not turbid, and he looked straight at the group of people from Yun Nua planet who were slowly walking over, as if he was examining them. Ice world's divine realm? When Yun Nuashing heard that, she shook her head with a bitter smile. She quickened her pace and walked 3 meters in front of the group. She said softly, "We lost our way in the snow. We passed by here many times, but we couldn't get out. We had no choice but to stop and disturb everyone. Aren't you going to the ice world's divine realm?" The old man turned his gaze and looked Yun Nuashing up and down for a while. He was a little surprised. "We just want to get out of here as soon as possible." Yun Nuashing waved her hand with a bitter smile. She just wanted to return to the Taiyuan domain as soon as possible. This damned place was cold and desolate. Even her star power was gradually unable to protect her. She had to release her divine flame to resist the terrifying chill. She did not want to stay in this place for even a second longer. Seeing her bitter expression, the old man looked at her deeply. Then he looked at the group of people who were standing behind Yun Nuashing. Then he waved his hand, turned around, and said, "Come with me." As he turned around and walked into the village, the crowd of onlookers quickly parted to make a path for him. Then they took another look at Yun Nuashing and the others and whispered about something. Then they gradually dispersed. It seemed that they were not interested in this group of people. It was as if they had already gotten used to it. Yun Nuashing turned around and looked at the Golden Princess with a questioning gaze. The latter also looked at him and nodded. Then everyone jogged into the village and followed closely behind the old man. The architectural style of this small village was very different from the buildings Yun Nuashing usually saw. Even the small village he had seen in the northern wasteland was different from this place. The windows of the buildings here were very small, probably to keep out the wind and cold. There were also some fire elements rising in the buildings. It could be a furnace or something like that. After walking with the old man for a while, they came to a place near the center of the village and followed him into a small house. A warm feeling suddenly descended on them, making everyone heave a sigh of relief. They suddenly felt warm in the extreme cold. That comfortable feeling was indescribable. "It's so warm, and Little Moon let out a long cry as soon as they came in. Now that they saw the furnace fire, they were even more excited, as if they had found a priceless treasure. They quickly ran over and squatted in front of the furnace fire. They stretched out their fair, jade-like hands. The light from the fire shone on their enchanted faces, making them feel as if they were going to ascend to heaven. The old man turned around and looked at them. There was a hint of gentleness in his old eyes. He asked them to take a seat and walked into the cubicle. After a long time, he came out with a plate and a dozen wooden teacups, placing them in front of everyone. "Drink, it will warm your bodies. Although I know that you are not ordinary people, it is also good for you." After putting down the teacups, the old man placed the frozen walking stick outside the door. Then he sat in front of everyone and picked up a teacup to take a sip. Yun Nuashing picked up the teacup and took a look inside. It was a black liquid with a medicinal smell. Just the smell alone was a little bitter. He secretly looked around and saw that everyone was drinking it without any hesitation. His cheeks trembled involuntarily. He steeled his heart and poured the black liquid down his throat. "Wah, it's so bitter." As soon as the black liquid entered his mouth, Yun Nuashing's head exploded with a bang. It was so bitter that his handsome face scrunched up. However, from the corner of his eye, He saw that no one had any reaction. It was not good for him to show it. He could only force himself to swallow it. But while he was forcing himself not to show it, Zien, Princess Jean, and the others were also crying out in their hearts. However, when they saw that no one else had any reaction, they all endured it, and did not say anything. I have seen many people like you who have not lived on the ice field before. However, this is the first time I have seen people like you who have entered the ice field without any preparation. The old man saw that they were all calm and could not help but chuckle. He did not need to guess to know that these people were all enduring it. They were already used to drinking medicinal tea and did not feel anything. However, for people like Yun Nuashing who drank it for the first time, how could they not feel bitter? "Old sir, where is this place?" Yun Nuashing asked. He originally wanted to ask why there were people living in this world of ice and snow, but after thinking about it, he changed his question. "Outsiders call this place the North Ice World. Perhaps it is what you call it. However, we only know that there is a place called the Ice World Divine Realm. Moreover, within a radius of 10,000 miles, there is only one small village," the old man said softly. The old man's name was Han. He only had one word and did not even seem to have a surname. It was quite suitable for this place. In this world of ice and snow, it was bone-chillingly cold. This small village had existed for many years, and no one had ever walked out of this place. They had always lived in this place. There was also a forest near the village. That was the source of their livelihood. In the past 100 years, there have always been people who have come to this place. You are not the first batch, and will definitely not be the last. I originally thought that you were also here for the Ice World Divine Realm, because people who come here will definitely pass by here and then go to the Ice World Divine Realm." Old Han poured another cup of medicinal tea for everyone. Everyone's cheeks twitched when they saw this. However, this medicinal tea was really not that cold after drinking it. There was a warm current wandering around in their bodies. What kind of place is the Ice World Divine Realm? Yun Nuashing did not ask why they had to pass by here. After all these years of experience, this kind of situation was nothing more than a huge array or barrier underground. However, even he and she did not sense it. It was likely that the level of this array was quite high. I don't know. However, if you want to go out and walk towards the back of this house. You will reach there and you will not encounter the situation of going around in circles. Old Han shook his head. But Mr. Han, we only want to go out. We don't want to go to the Ice World Divine Realm. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. Hearing this, Old Han took a deep look at him again. Then he looked at everyone who had been silent all this time. It was as if he was the main person. "Oh, then you have to go to the Ice World's divine domain. Since you have come here, you can only go to the Ice World's divine domain. Whether you want to go or not, that is the only way to leave this world of ice and snow." Old Han sighed and said faintly, "This." Yun Nuashing hesitated when he heard this. He had been to many strange places. Now that he heard this so-called Ice World Divine Realm, he did feel some resistance in his heart. He did not really want to go. This is the only way to leave this place. More than 10 years ago, a group of people also went to the Ice World Divine Realm. After they came here and got the direction, they left. A few years later, they came here again. I only found out from them that they had left this place before, Old Han said softly. Seeing the hesitation on Yun Nuashing's face, Princess Jean smiled. She put down the teacup in her hand and said, "Then let's go. It's fine to rest for a night. Let's go and take a look tomorrow. We have been walking for so long. We can still hold on, but you—" Princess Jean stopped and pointed beside Yun Nuashing. He was stunned. He turned his head and looked at Ziyin and Qinyan, as well as Yuan Shi, Nightmare, Yu-Er, and Qinyu. They had all fallen asleep at some point. After staying in the cold place for so long, they seemed to be much more relaxed when they came to a warm place. "Well, you can rest in this hall. I will go and find some blankets and food. There is only one room here, so it is not easy to entertain guests. If you want to walk around the village, don't disturb others." Old Han nodded. He stood up from the chair and walked towards the stairs at the door. Yun Nuashing shrugged indifferently. Xian and the others were all asleep. It was fine as long as there was a place to rest. Those who were more demanding would get a back rest. They wandered outside all year round and would only lie on the bed occasionally. Most of the time, they rested on the netherworld ruined sword or set up a tent in the mountains and slept on the ground. Some didn't sleep at all and just cultivated for a night. However, Yun Nuashing wanted to walk around the village. The harsh living conditions in the North Ice realm were fine for them. They just didn't know why the temperature was getting lower and lower. However, for ordinary people, the living conditions here were very harsh. Perhaps they relied on the forest to survive. When he saw that there was a small human settlement in this cold place, he was naturally curious and wanted to take a look. However, he was like a human-shaped pillow now. As soon as he found that Zi Yan and Qin Yan, who were sitting on either side of him, had fallen asleep, their bodies leaned over, and their heads slid down to rest on his left and right shoulders. Their pleasant body fragrance made him feel a little helpless. "You should rest too. Don't worry, we are here." Princess Jean smiled and reached out to rub his head. "Forget it. It is better for me to sleep less." Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and shook his head. He needed Xian, Feng Er, and Lexin, and Jingyu to stay by his side when he slept. Otherwise, he would be trapped in the nightmare. He might as well sleep less, although he was a little tired now. Moreover, the ice spear in his body was slightly shaken after he stepped into this world of ice and snow. The cold feeling flowed through his body from time to time, making him shiver every time.